Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here this evening, kicking off a new trilogy here on the channel. We are going to be playing a game system called Cortex Prime. If you are unfamiliar, I highly recommend that you check out the Session 0 that we did a couple of days ago. It can give you a broader understanding of the rules that we're going to be using, hopefully. And yeah, I'm really excited. This game is called Nowhere to Hide. This takes place in a setting that was designed, or is being designed, by Baron, over there in the other corner. And yeah, it's very much kind of an alternate Americana, kind of pre-digital Americana. And it's a very unique setting that I haven't seen a lot of other settings that are similar, and it very much inspired me to put this game together. So, here we are. And in order to do so, I've put together a team of players that are all sitting on that side of the screen, whom I will pass things over to in just a moment so that they can introduce themselves, talk about anything they may have going on, where you might be able to find them on the internet. And then, yeah, I think we're going to get started. So we're going to start with Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen, also known as Myth and Gears, and you can find me here or at Mini Terrain Domain on Mondays and every other Tuesday. And yeah, I want to keep it short and sweet because I want to get playing. And I'm going to pass it on to a Jason. They can decide who's Jason.
Go ahead, top Jason, I guess.
Very well, bottom Jason. Hey there, family. How we doing? I am nowhere of real import anymore. Occasionally here, which is always to my great joy. Jamie is just one of those storytellers that has always just scratched every itch in this hobby for me. Looking forward to playing this. I have never played Cortex. I am probably going to screw it up royally, but with everybody here at the table, it's just going to have no choice but to be phenomenal. So absolutely excited to be here.
Hell yeah, dude. The great news is that after this trilogy, you still will not have played Cortex Prime. So it's fine. We're going to get as close as we can. But, you know. All right, next up. I so badly wanted to skip Sarah, but I'm not going to. Sarah, you're next.
You son of a bitch. It's okay, skip me. Best for last, right?
Afterwards. Okay.
Ah, you're so funny. So, I am Alice X Ann on all of the socials. You can find me on Mini Terrain Domain every other Tuesday, and occasionally here. I love being here. Just like I am going to reiterate what Jason said. Jeremy is a fantastic storyteller that just scratches a very nice itch in my brain. So I love being here. I am super excited for tonight. I am going to just keep this short and sweet. Let's get to this.
All right. Next up is the man, the myth, the legend.
Nathan.
I should have.
Hey,
I fucking should have.
everybody, I'm Baron. You can find me here. You can find me on MTD and on Mondays. You'll find me here again this Sunday as we wrap up a trilogy of trilogies. I'm not going to sell it on you because if I have to sell you on the last episode, I made a mistake somewhere. But I wrote part of the setting. The other part is of the imagination. I'm pumped, ready to play. I'll pass it off.
The man, the myth, the legend. Nathan.
Wow, I got a second-hand segue. This might be worse than the last one I got. Jeez.
Thrift shopping.
Nathan. I'm Nathan, also known as Dimension 119. That's where you can find me on all the socials. Just search up Dimension 119. I am part of a YouTube channel called Game. Having a lot of fun with that, and I know we got some new updates recently to Project Zomboid, so I'm excited to kind of get back to that and cover some of that new stuff. So definitely go check us out and watch for that. I am here as often as I possibly can be. Anytime Jeremy, for whatever reason, decides to have me here, I try to be here. This is definitely one of my happy place, and you guys are my happy people. And I'm not sure how happy this trilogy is going to stay, but it's going to be fun either way. So I'm pretty excited about it.
I appreciate that, man. No, this game is probably not going to be a very happy place, but we'll see. Who knows? All right. Last but not least, the man, the myth, the legend, Bottom Jason.
It just feels so insulting and low effort. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Jeremy. Yes, I am Jason Osorio. Always a pleasure to be on the Erasmus Expeditions again. I feel like I'm here a lot more often than I used to be, and it's just a wonderful feeling. As everyone has said, Jeremy is an amazing storyteller. Baron has crafted this beautiful setting for us with this wonderful campaign doc that we have. I am very excited for this because I think this is going to get really weird and really sad and just really, really interesting. So I will pass it back to our storyteller here, Jeremy Lilly.
Yes.
Speaking of the man, the myth, and the legend.
Or
time to charm.
How does it
the
feel?
legend.
The legend, the myth, the man?
Absolutely. Sure. Why not?
Go ahead and tell us where you're from, Jeremy. Where we can find
I am from nowhere. Oh. I guess it would be also a good thing. Thank you, Karen, for pointing out that I had not yet. If foul language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, or really poorly tasted humor, then this is not a great channel for you to spend time. But particularly this game, and I do mean this with all seriousness, this game will depict topics of pregnancy, childbirth, adoption, endangerment of a child, domestic violence, probably racism. So, that has been put out there. I really do warn you because we're going to go deep in the weeds on this one and some of these things. So, that said, remember safety tools, please. If you have an issue, bring it up. Just say red light, say yellow light. Cool. So I think that's all of the business out of the way. Unless there's any last questions or pressing concerns, then I think we can get started. Okay, doesn't sound like any. So, here we go. We tend to think of the places we hold in our memories in one of two ways. The places we've been, and the places we dream of going. But there are so many places along the journey that shape who we are and who we become. The very nature of how we perceive the present renders it a fleeting moment, nothing more than the transition point of where the past meets the future. Like a deserted highway in the middle of nowhere, the miles behind us on one side and the miles we have yet to travel on the other. And yet, no matter how hard we try, we live every single moment of our lives in this flux, forever stuck between the thrust of our past and the pull for our future. At some point, you will face a crossroads out on that lonely highway called life, and a choice will have to be made. Which path forward is the right decision may be difficult to discern, but if you're lucky, you might be able to find a little guidance along the way. Our view closes in steadily on a jukebox, almost as if it was suspended in a void of nothingness. We see the mechanism, select a 45 from the library, and place it on the turntable, followed by the first sparks of static from the speakers as the needle goes to work. Soon, we hear the velvet tones of Martha and the Vandellas serenading us with Nowhere to Run. Outside, a thunderhead rolls dark across the open desert, and the smell of rain becomes a threatening promise. Nestled there, neither a part of the past nor the future, the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino waits for the only people who can find it. Souls who just might need a bit of help determining what direction to head in. The Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino looks like it was built with no expense spared. It's situated in the middle of nowhere, but it seems like someone at some point had a very specific design in mind, some kind of grand plan for this place. And then it looks like it was simply abandoned. It's not decrepit. It's not covered in rust or misuse. It just seems out of time. Like it was frozen, not allowed to age. Who is it that we see approaching this motel? Who is it that we first see arriving in Nowhere?
I think we see approaching this unfinished structure. Essentially, we see this man, seems to be in his maybe late 30s, early 40s. He's about 6.5 feet tall, broad of shoulders, wearing this heavy black trench coat that completely conceals most of his frame, but his hands are left bare. They're scarred and bruised in places. He has a stick with a bindle, a red and white checkered bindle, kind of hanging off of it. It would almost look like a pair of red and white boxing gloves tied by the laces around his neck that kind of swing as he walks towards the door. Um, Again, his face is just beaten to shit. I mean, it looks like just a side of beef. You know, he's got this big, kind of bushy auburn mustache, these dull green eyes, but he is so scarred. His nose is so broken, it's impossible to tell what its original shape was. Full head of auburn hair. Um, and he smells maybe a little strangely. It's not just the sort of the petrichor of the rain or the impending rain that we're smelling, but there's these odors of straw and wood that come off of this man that seem a little out of place. And he kind of looks around right before pushing the door open. Um, I imagine he does kind of like push and then realizes, oh, it's a pull door. And then he opens the door and kind of ducks inside. And this is Frederick Bogart, known by many as Fightin' Freddy Bogart, a traveling boxer of some renown in this strange in-between realm of elsewhere. And he has found himself at the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino.
As Freddy passes through the front doors, we stay with the parking lot, with the exterior of this motel. Not certain how much time passes before the next guest arrives, but it seems strangely sequential.
Cornelius Bradburn, um, probably stands about a head shorter than the man that just walked through the door, but his like slate gray skin and protruding lower jaw give away characteristics clearly identifiable as someone from an orcish heritage. He wears a like almost burlap looking shirt. It's stained with sweat in the pits on the chest, around the neck. He carries like a thick wool coat um, that we can see like the sleeve bears like a patch that says Union 463. Carries his coat in his left arm and he kind of like hitches almost like a drawstring bag, like a military issue drawstring bag over his other shoulder. And various kind of like accoutrement kind of go with him. You know, there's like the clanking of maybe some metallic utensils in there. There's a coffee cup, maybe like a plate, cast iron pan. He is wearing like kind of like navy blue, like working trousers. They got some like pockets on the side. This is also stained, but this is less of road wear, and it seems maybe like of like cave dust just like baked into the pants at this point. And he kind of adjusts his pack. He kind of like takes a long drag of this bent cigarette that's kind of sticking out of his mouth until it reaches the butt. He takes it and he kind of flicks it into like the neon puddle we see reflecting the mirrored image of the Nowhere Motel. He kind of like brushes his nose. We see that this protruding jaw is kind of like outlined by like almost a handlebar mustache that goes down to his chin. Everything else is kind of like shaved, basically to the point of leather. He kind of like brushes his hair out of his face and he walks inside.
As the door closes behind Cornelius, I imagine a roll of thunder rolls out across the parking lot and fades into the roar of a cab over big rig just coming just over the horizon. Its headlights make it through the mist. Inside, a guitar is wailing. Knights in Green Satin is playing, but Patterson isn't even listening. He's lost in the echoes in his own head. The nation is in turmoil. The president had just been shot. He had just gotten a horrible phone call, and the last truck stop he was at, a war buddy had just died, and he is just echoing through all of these thoughts as he pulls into this motel parking lot for a night's sleep. He needs out of the truck. The door swings open as the truck shuts off, and with the skill of a sailor swinging down a mast, this driver in his late 30s steps out onto the parking lot, grabs his jacket, pulls it tightly over his neck, and places his ball cap over his just absolute unkempt brown hair with little streaks of silver in it now. He looks up at the sky, curses his luck, makes sure double checks his door, makes sure it's locked, tanker is secured, and he walks inside.
I think we see a figure just walking and walking out of a shadow. and at first, weirdly, seems like he's just black and white. No color to him in the beginning, but then he passes close to a street lamp, and it was just a trick of the light. Surely, we see a late 30s, early 40s man, kind of disheveled looking, in a tan suit with an overcoat over the top, tan fedora, and he disheveled is literally the best term you can use for this man. He looks like he knows how to carry himself and he would know how to dress, but he looks like he just doesn't care. His overcoat, trench coat is a lot more wet than what it should be for this weather, as if he just walked out of a more intense rainstorm than what's actually happening. And uh, there's a shoulder holster peeking out from underneath one arm with a revolver in it. There's something clipped to his belt. It's roughly the shape of a badge, but this thing hasn't been cleaned or shined or even cared for in years. It's honestly kind of a miracle that it's even still attached to said belt and still holding together.
We see this small, petite figure coming down one of the roads to this crossroad. From a distance, she looks well dressed. She's wearing one of those dresses that cinch at the waist and then kind of balloon out, goes to, exactly knee length. But as we zoom in, we can see that what used to look like have been coiffed hair has been messily pulled back into a ponytail. It is disheveled. The rain is obviously had wet her immensely, so it's just kind of dripping. Her makeup has run, so the mascara is just running down her face. And as we look at her, she looks dazed, as if she's not even really here. She's just going through the motions of walking. And as we can see, she looks like she just stepped out of maybe the kitchen. Around, once we've panned to the front, we see she's wearing this kind of almost like a lacy, what's a delicate lacy apron. It's obviously, like it does its job, but it also looks very like proper, like it's not so much of a working apron. It's I'm doing this. It's a figure piece. Words are hard right now for me, sorry. And we see her walking, and as we see the face, she's just dazed. She's walking down the street. I think we get to the middle of the crossroads, and she just stops. And then she looks up and sees the sign of Nowhere, the Nowhere Motel. And that's the first time we can see that maybe consciousness has gone back into her face. And as we pan back away, as she's walking towards the door of this motel, we see that she is barefoot and covered in blood.
The next person to come up is a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a collared button up that's got a couple buttons undone. The sleeves are rolled up just past her elbows, linen overalls on, a scarf tying her shoulder length chocolate colored hair back. She has what looks like an apron on, but there are small pockets in it. And what many would assume would be for chicken eggs, there's actually various little bundles of plants and herbs inside these little pockets, along with a long strap that's going across her body, connecting to a very large, like, knapsack or messenger bag. As she's walking, she's humming and twirling a crochet hook in her fingers. And her eyes are closed as she's walking up, like she's just allowing the wind to take her wherever she's going. But when she sees the lights from beneath her eyelids, she opens them and this is different. Why does it feel like rain? And she looks around. And she sees there's just road and this building and the usual sounds of nighttime. And she makes her way into the building.
As Opal enters the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino, we pan up to see this sign that shows the name in lights, and below it we see brightly illuminated. It says no vacancy. We then cut inside, and you can see this is a spacious place. It was meant to house a number of people, probably close to 100, maybe 200 people could have stayed in this hotel at the same time. And it looks as though in its heyday, it probably would have been packed to the gills. You can see as you walk in the front desk on one side, and the room extends back a ways before it disappears into what looks like maybe where meals can be taken, almost like a small dining area, where you can hear voices coming from as you enter. You can't see anybody in there just yet, because you're kind of looking at like an opening in a wall, but you can hear people talking on the other side. And on the other side of that open space against the wall, there is a jukebox, a considerable sized bar for the size of this room, and a row of slot machines that looks like maybe it might constitute the casino part of this grand design. But when you first walk in, you don't see anyone. Like I said, you can hear the voices coming from deeper within the building. But you don't see anyone. You are, however, greeted. You see an old dog that clacks its way slowly across the floor towards you with its soft features, very sugar-faced, its eyes kind of sad and a little cloudy, as it kind of comes up to you and starts aggressively sniffing your hand.
Cornelius would not be able to help himself kneeling down and giving the good boy some pets. And once I felt my hands were greasy enough, I would walk to the bar.
I think I think Freddie would kind of smile, this gap tooth smile down at this dog, give his, his ears a tussle once Cornelius was kind of done and moved away. And I think he'll actually go to join you, Cornelius, just kind of this big, brawny figure again. The trench coat's all like buttoned up, like to the neck. And he sets down his bindle on the bar and he says, glad we got out before the rain started falling, huh? It's a good thing. It's awful wet out there, I guess. And he kind of looks over his shoulder. I think honestly, he probably sees you, Samantha, like covered in blood, and he just freezes and he stands and he says, ma'am, are you're covered and are you all right?
I think at this point, Samantha has already bowed down on the floor to where Cornelius had just left the good boy, and she's there now, giving him all sorts of pets and just kind of like almost finding comfort in there as she's scratching behind his ears and putting her head to his face. And I don't think she registers to her that you're talking about or to her at this moment. She's very just wrapped in the dog at this moment. But when she stands, I forgot to describe, you can see that she is a young woman, also probably in her mid 20s. Long blonde hair, as we said, pulled back in a ponytail. When she gazes up and looks at you, you can see her eyes there's just something very sad and empty in that face. I'm fine. And then she'll walk into the room, and I think past where you guys are sitting by the bar, and would try to find like some table or chair somewhere that's kind of in a corner and away from any hustle and bustle.
I think Patterson would be standing at the check-in desk where nobody seems to be, and I imagine a wall behind it with the little key boxes, no keys that he can see. When he hears this boxer ask if she's all right, and I turn around and I am witnessing this scene, leaned up against the check-in desk, and there's like a flash of memory, but I can't place it. But somewhere in my mind, a diner early in my career flashes into my head.
If there's no new people around, do you see this dog kind of like make a groaning, like kind of like sigh, exhale, and you hear the clack, 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 clack of it, like moving its claws along the floor as it paddles over to where Samantha has had a seat and comes over and just like plops his head in your lap.
I think she looks down at him and starts scratching his head a little bit more before her gaze goes. Imagine there might be like a window or something somewhere around on one of these walls. I think
Absolutely.
she'd be scratching his head and then just kind of turn to gaze out the window. Kind of almost looks like she's lost in thought or not. But she doesn't stop, scratching his head, petting the dog, That's kind of like, it's almost like an unconscious reflex when he's there.
I think Freddie, seeing that she's kind of moved off and is now with this dog, I think he'll look to you, Cornelius, and say, "You think whiskey's too much for a little lady like that? I don't want to impose, but you see her, she's covered in blood. Maybe a drink could do us some good, you know?"
As you're saying this, Cornelius kind of like is got his elbows on the bar and he's leaned over and he's looking back and forth behind the bar. Jeremy, do I see anybody?
No.
All right, I'm gonna hop over the bar.
Okay.
There you go. That's the right idea.
I'm gonna grab a fifth of whiskey. Some elsewhere rye, suits you right? Pour you
Yeah,
a shot. Pour
thank you.
myself a shot. Look over at the booth. Pour a third shot. Anybody else want one? Oh, hell. I'll pour 3 more. Come on now. Settle up.
Yeah, I think good.
I think Sam is also at the bar, but I think he's looking along like the back wall behind the bar, hoping that there is a fresh pot of coffee back there somewhere, or a pot of coffee at this point. Period.
Well, I can't offer you coffee. I'll slide you the shot glass, but I can offer you this. It's almost as good. Unceremoniously, Cornelius throws his bag.
I think Freddie will grab one, and actually, he doesn't drink it. He actually brings it over to you, Samantha, where you're at with the dog, and he just kind of like kneels down. And again, I think you would probably get with the proximity, maybe even over the smell of blood on you, like this weird mixture of like hay and wood, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But he'll kind of gently pat the dog and then kind of hold out the shot with one kind of large scarred hand and say, "This might help you out a little bit. If you're the drinking sort. I'm not, but
I think that the voice coming so close to her at this moment, she's kind of starts a little bit and then she looks at you. And there's almost like this, you can see this flash of fear behind her eyes as she kind of almost like flinches away from you. And then
whoa,
she
whoa,
sees you
easy.
just holding the glass.
Yeah, easy.
And there's a moment, extends a little bit, and then she reaches out and grabs the glass from you and puts it down on the table in front of her. And she's got, at this point, she would have had like 2 hands on it, and then I don't know, maybe the her dog kind of nudges her her leg with his nose, and then so she goes back to patting it, but she's got one hand on the glass, still patting the dog, and she's just kind of staring at it. And then she'll just shoot it back, one gulp, just down.
Well, blow me down. That was damn impressive. You want another or no? I don't want to impose. Just thought it might help.
And I think when you ask that, you see her a little bit. She's probably shivering at this moment, from the cold from outside. With that in her belly at this moment, I think that's when it's just kind of comes out, and she starts to tremble. She's just trembling, and I think she just nods silently. Yeah.
You'll be all right. And he grabs the empty shot glass and he'll go back and get. I think he'll actually get 2 more and just kind of set him down. And he's just going to step away and give you a little space. And then I think he goes back to where he put down the bindle on the bar. He kind of unwraps it, pulls out a golden wedding band and a silver locket, and he tucks them into the pockets of this trench coat. Yeah, I think he sits on the stool, but he's still like facing you, Samantha. But he's giving you room to have whatever this is, and just be with this adorable good boy. Yeah, he's definitely watching. I think he's trying to make sure that you are somewhat okay given your situation.
Yeah, I think this one she just again stares in it. She doesn't drink it right away. She's just more staring at it, kind of swirling the liquid in the glass. Um, yeah.
After this exchange, you hear a voice from back in that dining area call out, Argos! Argos, where'd you get off to, boy? And you hear footsteps coming. They're kind of slow and a little labored. But around the opening into the dining area, you see a man emerge who is definitely seen younger days. He looks like maybe he's dressed almost more like a maintenance man. Has a shirt at the collar, looks a little worn out on. You can see tattoos kind of peeking up from behind it. He has a denim like shirt kind of thrown over the top of it, sleeves rolled up. You can see a name right above the pocket, but can't quite read it. His jeans definitely look kind of like worn and broken in. He's walking with a cane and is smoking a cigarette. And as he rounds the corner and sees the group of you gathered here in the entryway, he kind of, again, leaning on his cane, walks over with a quickened step. I am so sorry, folks. I didn't even hear anybody come in.
I hope you don't mind. We helped ourselves.
No, no. By all means, make yourself comfortable, please. Please. That's what it's there for.
From the check-in desk, I had to look over. Shit, it's about time. Hey, buddy, you got any rooms available for the night?
Well, as it so happens, yeah, we have about, well, kind of looks at the group of you. Got about 7 rooms left. Looks like you just made it. He kind of like hobbles over behind the front desk, reaches underneath and pulls out a ledger book, opens it, kind of turns it towards you, Patterson. Points to a pen. It's kind of one of those pens that you see at like a bank. It's a pen that's on like a beaded chain. If you could just go ahead and sign in.
Pat reaches under his jacket from his shirt pocket and pulls out a pen of his own, well used for logbooks, and he'd scribble a name across. That been on the road all day, man. I could really use a shower. And
Yeah, I understand.
one of these drinks over here.
Certainly. We're here to make you comfortable. Sorry you had a hard night. Looks like the weather's turning pretty sour out there.
Yeah, it looks like it's pissing now, so here for the night it looks.
Oh, just the one?
Yeah, just me.
All right. Turns around and he kind of like moves over to that keyboard, opens it, pulls out a set of keys, turns and hands them to you as he kind of turns the logbook around, takes a look at it. Patterson? Well, Patterson, it's a pleasure to meet you. And he extends his hand.
I'll meet it. I'll extend my hand and grip.
Name's Harlow.
Good to meet you.
People around here
Harlow.
call me Papa Harlow. So if there's anything that you need, just ask.
I think I'll just leave it at Harlow. How about that?
Fair enough.
And I would assumingly grab a key from Harlow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He gave you one.
Tip my hat at it and turn towards the bar. As I'd get there, I'd kind of like lean over it and find a little tumbler, look at it and kind of use my shirt to wipe it clean. Grab that bottle that Cornelius has busted out for everybody, the rye. Hell, I like a rye. Pour about 2 fingers, shoot it back, and as I do, I close my eyes, enjoy that burn, and as I open it, and the mirror behind the bottles of liquor, I see somebody standing beside me in a flash, a man about my age, balding, eyes sunk in like a cancer patient, and I shake it, and he's gone. Then I pour another.
You got any spare towels there, Papa Harlow? I think Freddie will kind of like sidle over, moving this big bulky body over to where the ledger is, kind of awkwardly signs. I do think like he looks at the because you said he had a lit cigarette in his mouth. Is that correct, Jeremy?
Definitely.
Yeah, I think he maybe a little oddly kind of like leans a little bit back from that, from the burning tip of the cigarette, but he'll ask, "You got some spare towels back there, Papa Harlow?" As he signs Freddie Bogart.
Towels. Yes, of course, the rain. We're not used to getting this kind of weather. I might have mentioned it. But
Yeah.
yes, just round back here. He kind of like, again, hobbles over with his cane to a door that's kind of back behind
I'll
there.
get it. I'll get it. If I can go in there, I'll get it myself. No need to
Sure,
inconvenience
suit
yourself.
yourself.
Yeah, and he will kind of lumber back there. I think he grabs like 2 or 3 towels and then not even bothering. Like I imagine he doesn't really have any rain on him. I think just kind of without saying anything, he will actually bring them over to you, Samantha. Kind of grab the shot glasses that are empty, just kind of set them on the table, and say, "I don't know if you're looking to stay here tonight. It's apparently pissing rain outside, but you got to sign your name in the ledger. If you tell me, I can sign you in, but I don't." Try not to overstep here. It just seems like you're kind of tilts his head. You're in a bit of a way, put it mildly.
I think at this point, Samantha is a bit flummoxed with Freddie here, and there's like when you're talking to her, the emotions that are crossing her face are like fear, confusion, and mostly confusion towards the end as you're being very kind. But there's also like this wariness around her, like why are you being so kind? Um, and she'll just say, Samantha Green.
All right, Samantha Green. Well, I'm Freddie Bogart, Frederick Bogart, but everyone calls me Freddie. It's nice to meet you. I'll go ahead and get you signed in. You can use those towels to wipe some of the just kind of gestures to your everywhere. Uh, I think they may even have showers here if it's something you're interested in. Kind of looks at you like you're somewhat like small and slight in stature. Is that correct?
Yeah, she'd probably be about, if she was stood up 5'4".
Okay. Yeah, I think kind of despite himself, he kind of smiles and he's a little wider and he says, "Eh, well, all right, I'll go ahead and get you signed in." And he'll turn around and kind of lumber back to the ledger and like very carefully, Samantha Green. Probably doesn't spell green with the E at the end. It's just regular green like the color because he doesn't know. Um, and then he'll just kind of shake his head. He'll go back to his bindle, kind of tie it back up, get his own key, I guess, from Papa Harlow. And then if he gives him another key for Samantha, he'll bring it to her too.
At first, whenever you sign the book and he takes a look at it, he says, "You don't look like a Samantha."
Right. Well, that's for the young lady over there in the corner with you said was it Argos? Was that the name of the name of the dog you were shouting out just now?
He nods, and as you do, you can see that there's a twinkle in his eye, like he knew he was giving you a hard time.
That's a good boy. That's a very good boy, Papa Harlow. He kind of
He
looks over
shakes,
in the direction of the dog.
yeah, he shakes his head. He said, "Yeah, Argos is the best of us,
Mm,
beyond a doubt. He's a good friend of mine's dog."
mm. Well, good on you for taking care of him. He looks healthy. Bit old, but it's not a bad thing.
He's earned his rest.
Yeah. But keys, I guess. I assume are the rooms on this floor? Is
Oh,
this
yes, keys.
all right,
He turns around and grabs some 2 sets, slides them over to you. Oh, yeah, there's just one story here at the Nowhere. No stairs. Thank goodness. He kind of like taps the cane.
Well, you move around pretty good for a man that uses a cane, so thank you. And he'll go back over to where Samantha is seated, and again, just kind of set the key down, slide it over to her, and then I think he'll go back to the bar.
She is actually like drying herself off a little bit with those towels, mainly, cleaning up the smudged makeup, and the wetness around on her shoulders, etc. And when you return with the keys, she just kind of looks up at you and gives you a smile and says thank you, but you can see the smile doesn't reach her eyes. It's definitely one of those pleasant smiles that people give you when they're not meaning it really, but
Yeah, I think seeing that as Freddie kind of starts to turn away, he'll kind of turn around to face you again and just say, "Look, yeah, you've clearly been through something, and I'm not going to pretend to know what that might be, and I know we're all strangers here, even though we know each other's name at least. If you need something, I'm happy to try to help if that's something you're interested in. But kind of looks at you for a moment. He says, You remind me a lot of my wife, and I know she's a fighter, even though she's a bit of a small thing like you are. So maybe you just need time, and I want to give you that time and that space that you need. I'm
I
in
think
room whatever. He'll point to the key.
I think this time when she says thank you, like thank you, I appreciate that. This time you can see it's sincere.
All right. And he'll I think he'll go back to the bar.
Sam will get up and approach and apologize to Hogarth. Is that his name?
Harlow.
Harlow. Yep.
I'm sorry. Harlow.
Hogarth.
Jeez.
Dude.
All over the place.
Hogarth.
He will approach Harlow and kind of apologize for asking for a little bit more before he even asks. He's gonna ask for a light first. Is there any chance I can get a light and some coffee? And he reaches in one pocket and pulls out a matchbook that's just sopping wet. Kind of tosses it in a waste bin to the side. Reaches in another pocket and pulls out an actual lighter, which should work, but it is also sopping wet, so it just doesn't want to strike. So he just kind of pops the cigarette in his mouth and asks for a light.
Certainly. It must be raining a lot harder than I thought out there. Here, I've got you. And he pulls out like just a, cheap throwaway Bic. It's got, a picture of a Hawaiian sunset on the outside of it or some shit. And he strikes it 4 or 5 times before it finally lights, and he kind of like cups his hand around the end of your cigarette until it has a cherry, and then nods at you.
I think Sam takes a long drag, and then he will also sign the book and introduce himself as Sam Wolf.
Sam Wolf, Papa Harlow. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
You need a room? He kind of like leans back and grabs another set of keys from the box and slides it to you. There you are.
Thank you. And I think he kind of stands for a minute and waits for an answer about the coffee, and then if nothing's said, he'll just kind of wonder.
Yeah, there's coffee in the dining area. There's a few folks back there if you want to head on back and say hello. None of them bite that I know of.
I think he'll head that way.
I think Opal, I imagine that there's like a window looking outside right here in the front.
Mm-hmm.
And Opal is looking out at, she's thinking, and she goes, I didn't see any birds flying too low. How did I not know that this was gonna happen? Oh, Mema. And she turns and approaches this front desk with this older man, and her head is kind of bowed a little low, and she's like, good evening. I suppose I need a room here.
Well, then you've come to the right place.
Oh, perfect. This is real confusing.
You not sure how to sign your name?
Oh no, I can sign my name. I just don't know how I got here. But it's none of your concern. It's all right, sir.
You know you're not the first guest who said that.
Glad I'm not the first. It's not always good being first place.
That is very true.
And she will sign her name in this ledger, and she signs her full name, which is Opal Ann Clayton. And she's hearing like talking from our group in another room, and she's like, I didn't realize there were that many people here.
Well, not quite as many as there used to be, but fair handful. Well, maybe getting close to a dozen now. Just about doubled how many people were here.
Oh my.
Good for business. He kind of winks at you.
I'm sure it is.
Well, here is your keys. And he kind of slides you a set.
Thank you, sir.
He kind of looks past you. There wasn't another one with you? I swore there were 7.
She turns and looks behind her.
Well, never mind that. But anybody that needs access to hot water, it should be running without any problems. Welcome to a hot shower. When you're finished and you're settled, if you'd like, you can join us in the dining area. We're just finishing up supper. Made some racks of lamb.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Mint sauce, some scalloped potatoes. Actually pretty delicious, if I say so myself.
That sounds lovely.
About
I
to
think
serve
I will
some
do that.
apple pie a la mode.
Oh, that reminds me so much of my mama. She
I
always
bet it
made the
probably
best
will.
pie.
Well, you hold that ruling until you try mine.
We'll see, sir. We'll see.
Well, I better get back to my other guests. Make yourselves at home. And he kind of gestures the bar, and like the hallway that you can see extends back, kind of alongside the dining area, and you can see it's lined with doors.
Mm-hmm. Do you need any help? I can help.
Help? No. I've got it well in hand. I appreciate it, but make yourself comfortable. Welcome to Nowhere, he says to the group of you.
Thank you.
Before he walks away, I would walk up. Sorry, I didn't get a key. And Cornelius signs his name in like the most Jeffersonian way possible. I'm on 3 lines. But that's just because I can't write deftly.
Not a problem. Not a problem at all. He doesn't seem to mind in the least. He seems unperturbed. Cornelius Bradburn. The Cornelius Bradburn.
Now, what is that supposed to mean?
Maybe I heard a story or two.
Good ones, I hope.
Maybe. Depends on
There's
who's
plenty
asking.
of bad. You might have heard those too.
Well, happy to have you here, Cornelius.
Pleasure's mine. Thank you.
He hands you a key, closes the ledger book, kind of puts it back under the front desk, and then turns and walks back towards the dining room. For those of you who head immediately to your rooms, they are quaint. Again, it looks like they were probably top of the line 10, 20 years ago, maybe. But they're clean. They're warm and dry. The shower is hot, has good pressure. Make yourself as comfortable as you'd like here.
I have a question
Mhm.
real quick, Jeremy. So I think like as Freddie is going back to his room, because I think that's where he would be going, um, is the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino, is it like a known place in elsewhere? Like, are there stories about this place or not so
Not that
much?
you've ever heard.
Okay, fair. Yeah, I think he kind of considers that it is a little odd, but given his situation and just sort of thinking about all the people that were out in the main room is like, yeah, this is interesting. Um, and I do think it's interesting. He runs the shower, but he only kind of like wipes his face and his hands. He doesn't undress, he doesn't disrobe or anything like that. But he will run the water and just kind of like clean the grime off of his face and his hands. And just kind of like sit on this bed, kind of like looking around at this clean, weird room. Still not 100% sure what he's doing here, but I think then eventually he'll kind of head back out to like the dining area, just to be amongst the other guests.
If,
Samantha
Cor-
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say Samantha probably followed actually quite quickly after Freddie when giving the keys because there's nothing more than she'd want to do than to clean herself up and get warm. So we would see her go in. We wouldn't see her getting into the shower and showering, but she does. And then we would see her again cleaning. She's probably got like I'm imagining there's some sort of robe that the hotel has got just because it's a resort and casino, right? This is the resort part. It's got a fluffy robe. Um, and she's in that and she is scrubbing the apron and her dress clean. And that's what we see her doing is.
If they had taken the time to shower, and if Cornelius had walked back towards the dining room, he would see that Patterson had followed Harlow immediately and had sat down for some chow before anything. I imagine at this point he's really working on that apple pie.
I'd like to think that maybe there's like a burnt end of meatloaf that was left over from dinner that Cornelius is able to get his hands on. And you said there's people in here?
There are. There are, in fact.
Would you like to tell me any more about these people?
Well, I was kind of waiting to see where everybody else is headed before I
Oh,
introduce them. But
gotcha.
yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think, yeah, I would have walked alongside Patterson, headed to the dining room.
I think Sam headed directly for the dining room after the mention of coffee.
Coffee.
I think that maybe he hears the talk of apple pie while Opal's at the counter, but like as he's walking away, and kind of pauses for a second, and adds mental note of getting us at least one slice of apple pie with his coffee when he gets to the dining area. And so I think he's at this point, maybe when everybody else comes back at some point, he's at least a few cups of coffee in and at least 2 slices of pie in.
If I mean, yeah, I would imagine we all sit together in the dining room.
Yep. Did Opal head to her room, or did she head to the dining area?
Opal probably would have just headed straight for the dining room first.
Okay.
Because she's very tempted by that apple pie.
All right. So those of you who kind of head to the dining room first, you arrive in again a room that's well appointed, if not a little dated, and there's not a lot of other people here. You see 3 other individuals aside from Papa Harlow who are kind of seated at not even at the same table. They're kind of like seated near each other, but they're kind of turned in the direction of one another, kind of talking. And as you walk in, the first individual that you see is an older man with a beard and a receding hairline. His black hair is very much kind of like shot through with gray. He's wearing kind of all black. Looks like a black sports blazer over a t-shirt. And he is drinking a cup of coffee and has, hardly any pie left on the plate that he is sitting in front of. And as he looks up and sees all of you enter, you can see there's something kind of like profoundly sad looking about his expression. However, he kind of smiles through this expression, and gets to his feet and comes over to greet the very first of you, which probably would have been Sam. He extends his hand, and if you reach your hand out to grab, he takes his second hand and puts it on the back of your hand and shakes your hand with both of his hands. Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. The name's Robert Hampton.
Sam Wolf.
Sam Wolf. I haven't seen anybody wear a fedora and a duster in a long time.
Would this be confusing to Sam?
Possibly.
I don't think he hides it well, but I don't think he points it out that he's confused, slightly confused by this. He just kind of has that flash of confusion across his face, and just says, kind of comes with the trade I was in.
I see. You are positively drenched. Harlow said it was raining, but I didn't think it was going to be raining that hard.
It was a bit wet out there at one point.
Well, come on in. Hang your jacket up. Sit down. Get yourself some coffee, some hot coffee, and you ought to do you some good.
I think this is the happiest anybody has seen Sam in years. At the mention of some fresh hot coffee.
Yep. As you kind of like start to find your particular fixings as far as like the food and the coffee that are available, Mr. Hampton goes around and introduces himself in an equal manner to the rest of you. Seems to be a pretty warm fellow, despite this is almost a polar opposite. She is a slight blonde woman with her hair done up impeccably, her clothes without a single fold out of place. These rose-colored glasses on her bridge of her perfect-looking nose, and her lipstick impeccably applied. She has a piece of pie that is sitting in front of her that she has not touched.
Sam doesn't trust her.
Whenever you enter Sam, she kind of looks up at you and kind of tilts her glasses down on her nose a little and kind of looks over the top of her glasses at you. Doesn't say anything.
I think Sam actually, when the other man moves away, I think Sam takes note of this lady as well, and kind of like looks up just a little bit towards the ceiling, and says, "Jane, something's going on here. This man has a sadness behind his eyes, and there's a woman here not eating pie. What kind of person doesn't eat pie?" And just kind of pauses after saying that for a second, contemplating, and then finds the seat.
Would that be within earshot of Patterson? Or is
I guess
this
that just depends on where you were. He's he's not being like overly loud about it, but he's not hiding it either.
Okay, yeah, I'd imagine that I'm already at a table eating, and a little bit of uncanny hearing, I suppose. Picks that up, and in between bites, over his shoulder says, "One that minds her own business."
When Opal enters the room, this woman looks up and kind of like audibly laughs, almost like in an endearing kind of way. She says, my, you look like you just rolled out of the hayloft."
I think Opal is a little taken aback for a moment, but she laughs and she's like, "More like I just rolled out of the woods."
I believe it. Well, since you are the only other woman here, why don't you come sit with me? She kind of like pulls the chair out that's kind of next to her and then pats the vinyl seat cover with like perfectly manicured hands.
Once again, Opal's a little taken aback by that. Like, a woman like this doesn't normally speak that way to her, because, she's just a hillbilly. So she comes over, and what she actually does is she'll sit on the side of the table that the woman is sitting on, but she actually pulls out a chair, like after the chair that she kind of pushed out for her, and she sits, leaving just an open space there. "I don't want to knock you with my elbows. I wouldn't want to ruin any of that."
Well, I did not expect consideration. That's appreciated.
Always.
Somebody taught you manners.
Oh, yeah, I have to thank my daddy and my mama and my papa.
I would, but I don't say those words.
Bless your heart.
Pie? She slides the pie towards you. It's very good.
Is this your first, second, or third?
Oh, no, no, child, I don't eat pie.
Then how do you know it's good?
I licked the fork earlier. I got you a fresh one, don't worry.
She'll pull this plate by her, and she'll actually kind of push it in front of her a little bit. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then she
Did you-
kind of,
Did you come in with them? She kind of like indicates like Sam and Patterson.
well, I believe we all came in around the same time. I am unsure whether or not we were a group or not. I was not with a group. I was making sure to get my chores done before dark.
Oh, I thought maybe that one was your brother, father, cousin, some combination therein. She kind of looks at Patterson.
No. No, they are not. I was an only child, and sadly, Mama, Daddy, my mom, Papa have passed. But they're always with me in little ways, and they're always with me in my heart.
It wouldn't be stains on your clothes, would it?
Absolutely not.
Well,
No, that's from something else.
one can only guess.
You're welcome to try. Pretty gal like you, I don't know if you'd be able to get it right.
I think I'll have myself some more coffee, she says as she pushes herself back away from the table and gets up and kind of moves over to where the coffee is. That's the second person that's lounging around here in the dining area. The third other guest is also an interesting individual. Dressed in a leather jacket and very much looks like he probably hangs out with a group known as the Greasers. He's got pointed ears that say he's probably not entirely human. He has this scarf kind of wrapped around the upper part of his head and this bushel of hair that juts out of both the top and the bottom. He's got mutton chops and a goatee. And when he smiles, this crooked smile, you can see that he has a gold tooth. He is seated in a booth with his saddle shoes up on the booth next to him, crossed. And he has been chain smoking cigarettes, watching the group of you kind of exchange pleasantries is probably not the right word, but we're going to go with that. And whenever Opal kind of disses this older woman and she gets up from the table, you just hear from him just this it's about time somebody shut her up. He takes a big drag off of his cigarette.
Patterson is going to be as far away from that as he can be.
All right.
You know, you can just tell when somebody isn't great. And I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was her attitude or if it was just the aura, the spirit coming off of her, but
She's
something
like,
ain't right.
when you find the perfect bride, and on the outside, everything looks great. Polished up, shiny, slick as can be. And then you open the hood, and everything on the inside is rusted. Spoiled. Spoiled rotten, he says, loud enough so that she can hear. She does not appear to either hear or acknowledge. Didn't catch your name. He kind of like drops his feet down, leans over without actually getting out of the booth, and just extends his hand towards you.
Opal extends her hand as well, and she has, for a woman, she has a pretty firm handshake. And she kind of bows her head a little at him and Opal.
He raises an eyebrow. Well, Opal, nice to meet you. My friends call me Knuckle Duster.
It's not a name I've heard before, but a pleasure
You
to meet
ain't
you.
never
Knuckle
going to
Duster.
meet anybody like me.
I hope to meet many before my time comes.
Well, we'll see. If I keep at it, I might have a few bastards running around. He kind of leans back and takes another drag on his cigarette. You can hear the woman at the coffee, like, clink her coffee mug against the saucer. And then she just kind of, like, stops and straightens herself and continues on with what she's doing. After a moment, the rest of you will have finished settling in your rooms, taking your showers, and you are able to make your way to the dining room as well. Opal, do you eat the pie? You're muted.
Obviously, Opal is not going to eat that pie that lady gave her.
Okay,
She is going to wait for
Fair
a
enough.
fresh slice of pie from Papa Harlow.
fair enough. Sam, you get that cup of coffee?
Sam gets the coffee and some pie if he can.
All right. What I would like to know, Sam, where is it that has the best cup of coffee you've ever had?
It's actually a pretty small town diner, and up in the mountains somewhere, a place that Sam never would have thought he would find himself. It's the R&R Cafe, and best pie, best coffee he's ever had. Unfortunately, he's only been there on one occasion. Stayed for a short period, but he's only been only been to that area on one occasion. And he keeps hoping to find something comparable, but he never does.
When you take this first sip of your coffee, it takes you a second, but you realize this tastes exactly like the coffee at the R&R. Like enough to where like you might even like look, like pull the mug away from you to see if there's like a brand on this that says R&R, which there's not. But it tastes exactly like that coffee. And when you try the pie, it tastes exactly like the pie that you had at that diner.
I think Sam's very taken aback. I think even after just the first sip and first bite, before actually finishing the cup and finishing the slice of pie, he kind of leans back in whatever seat he's in, whether it's a booth or at the bar or whatever, and just kind of savors it for a minute. And I think there's a tear that actually rolls down down his cheek at this, because I think this is the most at home he's felt in a very, very long time. And instead of, he just doesn't normally devour what's put in front of him, but instead of eating it and drinking the coffee as quickly as he would normally, he savors this pie, and this one cup of coffee lasts a very long time for him.
Cornelius walks over to Patterson. Hey, friend. Might I ask your name? You look a bit familiar.
He'd look up from his pie, fucking swallow it down real quick. Holds out his hand. Patterson.
Yeah, I think I remember you. and I'll go to shake your hand. I think we served together. A deployment. You are someone that looks an awful lot like you.
In the big one, where were you? What outfit were you with?
23rd Land Division. Infantry.
Army.
Grunt work, baby.
It's a possibility. I saw some time.
Mind if I have a seat?
Free country, or at least they tell us it is.
Yeah, that's what they said it was for. I ain't so sure.
Yeah. Who you there?
Cornelius throws his jacket over the back of the chair, sits down. He's got a cup of coffee. He pulls out a matchbook from his pocket, lights a cigarette. He doesn't really say much to you. He just kind of sits there looking at his coffee.
You're there for maybe just like a second or two, and you notice Robert Hampton is kind of eyeing the exchange that the two of you just had, and he kind of like gets up and walks over, kind of leans in. Excuse me, I don't mean to bother you, but I hear you mention that you both served in the Dust and Steel.
So you heard correct?
That's right.
I served in Dust and Steel myself. May I? He kind of like gestures to an empty seat.
Cornelius
I'll wait.
kicks the chair out.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. And it grabs it and lowers himself down. I don't imagine I saw quite as much action of either of you boys, but I saw my fair share.
Any is plenty as far as I'm concerned.
Ain't that the truth? Too much, maybe even.
Yeah, I sure like talking about it enough.
Wow.
Where were you?
I served as a chaplain.
Much praying over there.
More than I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet. It was we were security in southern Germany, Czech border. I don't know about much praying, but saw an awful lot of other things.
Well, here's to not talking about it.
Not talking about it. He kind of lifts his coffee. You have any more of that whiskey?
I left it at the bar.
Shame.
Patterson leans over to the other side of himself from the floor, pulls up a bottle, lays it on the table. A little bit in your coffee, a little bit in your coffee, a whole lot in my coffee.
Much obliged.
You're not talking about it. He kind of raises his glass and then sips it.
And I nervously look around and keep leaning a little bit at the door where the bar would have been, as if expecting to see somebody, and relieved that I don't.
I imagine kind of as you're looking in that direction, Patterson, you just see this massive figure in a black trench coat starting to enter through the door as Freddy kind of shambles his way into the dining room, kind of looking around at all these people. Um, just kind of looking at the food and everything. And I think actually he'll kind of look around for a moment. I assume Karen, has Samantha come out of her room yet, or no, she's still in her room at this point?
Yeah, she's still in her room. Yeah.
Kind of thinks about it, kind of tugs at this bushy auburn mustache. And he'll kind of shuffle over to where the various dishes are. I think he'll start to like load up a plate. And I think he'll actually go over to you, Opal. It's kind of like again looming over you, trying not to. Just say, excuse me, ma'am. You got a moment?
Opal doesn't even really seem surprised. Like, she is unbothered by what you look like. Her head tilts back like this because she's got to, tilt all the way back to look up at you in her seat. What you need, darling?
Well, first of all, my name is Freddie Bogart. What may I call you, ma'am? I feel like, yeah.
I am Opal Clayton. Most people call me Opal. Only a select few like to call me Opie.
Opal, then. That's a beautiful name. I don't know if you saw, but back in the sort of lobby area, there was this kind of lowers his voice a little bit, looking over at Knuckle Duster, who I know is like relatively close by. There was this woman covered in blood. Um, I, she hasn't come out of her room. I tried to help her as I could, but I think it would be a little strange if I went to her room with this. And he kind of like wiggles the plate of food, but I imagine she could use a meal in her. Would you? I imagine maybe she wouldn't take offense to another woman dropping the plate off. Might be a little safer than this. And he kind of points at his just battered to shit face.
You watch as the moment you mentioned that there was somebody covered in blood, she's like looking in these little pouches and she pulls out this stick that is literally covered in like spun spider web. And she's like, okay. And she looks and she pulls out this little jar and it's filled with ashes. And she's like, okay, I got that. Here, if I may ask you a favor then.
Hold on, if you don't mind me asking. I think you see Freddy's like green eyes immediately locked onto this little stick with the spider silk and the jar of ashes. Are you some kind of what are you? Some kind of porch sitter or what? What are all these gewgaws
Holy
and knickknacks?
shit! Fighting Freddy Bogart?
Oh shit! Yeah, that's me.
You hear the
Who are
woman
you?
say, "Language, please." Like very frustrated. He said,
Stop
"Fuck you."
Well, all right.
Hold on, like the boxer?
Knuckle
Freddy
Duster.
Bogart?
Yeah, the one in the same. Knuckle Duster's
by
like
the way-
slid out of his seat and is like coming your direction.
He's got like this 1,000-yard stare at the moment. Opal, I think he just kind of like puts the plate down in front of you and forces himself to smile, this like gap tooth smile. He's like, "Yeah, that's right, fighting Freddy Bogart."
I seen you put down Lead-Faced Lenny in the third. That was so sweet, man.
It was
Clean.
the second.
A
It
clean.
was the second,
Clean.
actually.
Clean
That's
as
right.
Knockout.
Laid him out.
Turned
Laid him out.
off
You found
his
the off button.
lights.
You hit him just right. Down.
I've never
No, I
seen anybody
appreciate it.
bounce off the mat that hard.
Man, Freddy Bogart, what the hell are you doing here, man?
I'm asking myself the same question, but sometimes your feet lead you to strange places. Am I right?
Yeah, with footwork like that, man.
I think Opal quickly gets up. She grabs this plate in one hand and she very gently, it's very similar to like a mother figure, an elder figure, but she's very much younger than Freddy Bogart.
Mhm.
And she very gently pats your arm because she would have to reach way up to reach your shoulder. She's like, I will get this to your friend. The only thing that I ask is when you're done with all this, can you grab me a little bit of a plate as well?
Of course. Opal, as you sort of pat the duster, um, you hear something like crinkle underneath. It almost sounds like some kind of like plant material. And I think he kind of like jolts a little bit, but he says, "Yeah, yeah, of course. I'll fix you up a plate. Just let me deal with this." Kind of straightens up. He says, "Yeah, yeah, Leadface Lenny was a tough one, but not nearly as tough as Bald Bull. That one, so I wasn't sure if I'd be able to take him down. He was a big old motherfucker. Sorry, ma'am." He kind of looks to this woman that was saying language before.
I will ask about that later, when we're alone, of course. And she will go and look for Samantha's room.
Pat's eyes are locked on this hillbilly elf greaser character.
Mm-hmm.
He is not sure exactly what he is staring at, and he is not sure if he is seeing correctly. I'll lean into the table where my new drinking buddies are. What the fuck is wrong with its ears?
I think they just grow that way.
Jason,
Yes.
I think. No, sorry. Top Jason.
Oh wait, which Jason? Gotta specify.
Top Jason.
Top Jason.
I think we're going to get our first roll of the game.
Excellent.
So I would like for you to please build a dice pool to try to help you determine exactly what is going on with Knuckle Duster.
Excellent.
So if you have a distinction, or you will need a distinction, so pick one of the 3 that you have that you think fits the best.
Well, I got 2 that both kind of ring true. Maybe you can help me make a decision here.
Certainly, yeah.
What does home mean to you? What fucking home kind of
Okay.
calls to? I am pretty fucking far from where I've ever been.
Right.
Or what do you see in the mirror? And the cracked reality that I tend to stay in these days seems to be reflected in Knuckle Duster here. Words.
Okay.
Hard language.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe there's a stronger inclination for that third one.
Okay.
What do you see in the mirror?
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
What I'll do with that.
So that would be a D8. And then you'll need an emotion.
This is going to be fear. Another D8.
Fear. Okay. So yeah, whatever die that you have in fear. You're going to throw that in. And then you also need a roll.
I would say this falls more into roughneck, wouldn't you say?
It certainly could. You're relying on kind of your sheer tenacity of having been around, seen things, lived through things. Maybe you are calling upon some kind of memory that you've seen in a harder part of your life.
Yeah,
maybe something familiar.
Nonsense nature is like pushing back against something that is just straight up weird.
You certainly could. And again,
Okay.
just to also throw in, Elsewhere is a place where fantasy races do exist. So it's not extremely out of the ordinary. We have seen largely human characters kind of up to this point, but Cornelius is also an orc.
Okay.
But he definitely is weird looking, even just beyond whatever Patterson might think about his heritage. He's a character.
Corny, I apologize. I just thought you were hideously ugly.
Well, damn. And I just thought you were being nice to me because you liked me.
Okay, so I have 3d8s in my hand.
Okay, perfect. Do you have any of your other non-prime trait sets that you think might apply here? Such as signature assets or abilities or
I've only got 2 abilities, and I don't know if either one of them apply. I've got precognition and comprehension. I don't think either one of those would. Comprehension's for like language and whatnot. My assets are weapons, honestly.
Fair enough.
A set of brass knuckles and a pistol. I don't think either one of those would help me here.
Okay. So you're going to roll your 3d8, and you are going to choose the numerical value on 2 of them to form a total. And then the third one, in this case, it would just be a d8, will be your effect die. Keep in mind that if you roll any 1s, you cannot use those towards the total or the effect die, and you need to let me know because I might activate them as a hitch.
Well, I do have a 1. I have a 7, an 8, and a 1.
7, an 8, and a 1. Okay, so you'll have a 15. No effect die, but I think it defaults to a d4. I think is the way that works. But you have a hitch. I am going to introduce a complication.
Okay.
It comes in as a D. It was a D8 that you rolled the hitch on, right? They were all D8s?
Yeah, all of them are
Okay.
D8s, yes.
So it comes in as a D8.
So
all right.
Jason would also get a plot point because you're activating it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. Yep. So you will get a plot point, Jason. Top Jason. Let's see. Complication. Okay.
I got 20. So we start with 1, right? And then this one will give me 2.
Correct. All right. I'm calling this complication Knuckle Duster eyes you. He sees you staring at him. And he's definitely clocked that you're giving him the old stink eye. So, but you got a 15?
I do.
Okay. So, not sure exactly how it is that Patterson is able to tell this, but you can tell that this individual has pretty strong lineage showing of goblin and fairy.
Okay. Okay. This would probably tie into like some fairy tale stories like he remembered as a kid.
Certainly.
I don't see Patterson has that has maybe run across too many non-humans. Maybe seen some weird shit, but this would probably be the first instance of that, and put it together, and is just struggling with this idea.
Sure. Yeah, you've apparently driven really far from home.
What the fuck was in the pie?
Robert Hampton just kind of like looks at you, looks down at the pie. Oh, that's Harlow. I think it's quite good, actually.
Yeah, I clocked this goblinoid fey critter. And I am very standoffish. I think this is obvious.
All right. Knuckle Duster kind of still talking with Freddy. He kind of looks around you, Freddy, kind of towards the table where Cornelius and Patterson and Robert Hampton are seated at. And he kind of looks back at you. He says, "You come in with those fellas?"
I think Freddie's probably taken Opal's seat since she got up to deliver this plate of food. And he's definitely like sitting a little bit further back since I think you mentioned that Knuckle Duster also has a lit cigarette in his mouth since everybody apparently smokes in here. Um, but he says, "Oh, we arrived at around the same time. Yeah, I mean, I think we all came separately, to be honest."
Yeah. That tracks.
How, if you don't mind my asking, how did you end up here?
It's kind of a long story.
Uh, well, I got a little time. Seems like you might too. Kind of nods to the pointed ears. I know the elves tend to live a little bit longer. There are a couple elves back where I come from, a little town up in the mountains called Townsend Hollow.
I ain't no fucking elf.
Oh, well, shit. Looks over at the woman. Sorry. Well, what, if you don't mind my asking, what's your lineage?
Goblin and Fey.
Oh,
I can
eyes
see how
immediately
you
widen.
might think I could be an elf. And he kind of like almost strikes a pose like he's trying to appear dashing and handsome.
I see it. I see it. The way you carry yourself.
It gets a lot of people, to be
It
fair.
exudes confidence, Well, huh. And he kind of leans in a little bit, but not so close that he's too close to the sort of burning cherry of the cigarette. What's the deal with this place? It's this sort of unfinished, abandoned motel in the middle of, well, nowhere.
Nowhere, right? It's a little on
Right?
point.
Yeah, it's a bit on the nose, but I mean, I know that many's the tale of the stories that the Fae and the goblins know, the traveling folk. So, do you know anything about this place? Heard any good stories about it?
Oh, well, yeah, you hear this, you hear that. I could, probably let you in on a couple of secrets if you'd like. But I don't know if we're that close of friends yet. I did lose a little bit of money off of you in that last fight.
Yeah, yeah. King Cobra's got a nasty right hook sometimes. I fought him a couple of times, but yeah, that last fight was a little rough. Got to be honest, my head was not kind of clears his throat in the game, so to speak. But
I could tell. It's left me a little strapped for cash, honestly.
hmm. Well, I ain't got
Bit
much
of
on
a,
me.
a bit of a pickle
Mm.
because you took a dive.
Man narrows his eyes a little at that. I don't take dives. I don't take bribes. And then I think very like it's almost like the sound of like stone grinding against stone as he says, "I don't make deals." But I think there is this like deep regret and sorrow when he says those words.
He puts his hands up. All right, big guy. No reason to get all riled up.
I ain't riled, just telling you like it is. I know from what I've heard, at least, they appreciate honesty. Just being honest.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I didn't mean to ruffle your feathers. And he kind of like pushes back away from the table. If you decide you want to know a little more, well, I'll be around.
All right. What was your name again? I'm sorry, I don't think I caught it.
Knuckle Duster is what my friends call me.
Fantastic name. Pleasure to meet you, Knuckle Duster. We'll definitely be talking at some point.
He winks and saunters off to go do whatever it is that he's going to do.
I think Freddy just kind of watches him go, and then I think he'll actually get up. And he kind of looks over in your direction. Patterson kind of tilts his head to the side and just shakes his head. And I think he's gonna walk out of the dining room. He doesn't pick up anything to eat or drink or anything. I think he's actually gonna go back to kind of the lobby area where Argos was. Um, just kind of get away from whatever that was.
I think the blonde woman makes her way over and sits down next to you, Sam. She kind of sighs as she kind of like sits sideways in the chair, puts her knees together, and then turns. She has a cup of coffee in front of her, kind of stirring with a spoon, like almost like a practiced motion. Like every stir that she makes in this cup is exactly the same. I swear, finding civilized company gets harder and harder every single day.
Does seem to be some characters around here.
Yes, indeed. You policeman?
Sam actually chuckles. I guess you could say that. I was an FBI agent at one time.
FBI agent? Well, you don't say. It's fine when we got somebody upstanding and law-abiding. She kind of looks in Knuckle Duster's direction. Here in Nowhere.
I can probably accommodate you on the law-abiding. I don't know too much about the upstanding side of that.
Oh, she almost like laughs kind of dismissively as she kind of like puts a hand like on the back of your forearm. Like, you must be kidding.
There is not a speck of humor in Sam's eyes when he says that.
She does not even seem to notice. What'd you say your name was? Agent
Sam Wolf.
Sam. I've always liked that name, Sam.
Not an agent anymore, by the way.
Oh, forgive me. What do you do for work now, Mr. Sam Wolf?
Travel mostly these days. I tried my hand at the private eye game for a bit, and it didn't seem.
Are
to
you a
work out any
salesman?
better than... No.
You said you travel. One of the only occupations I could think where someone would travel. You know, I used to be in sales myself. Mostly makeup and Tupperware, mind you.
That makes sense.
Well, of course it does. It's what I do. Improve everyone's life, one visit at a time.
Sam opens his mouth to say something, thinks better of it, and swallows those words.
Have you had enough pie?
You can never have enough pie.
I could not agree more. I could not agree more. Let me fetch you another,
Say
please.
that again, Army.
She gets up and goes over to where this pie is kind of seated in this kind of like glass, like display. Oh, there's a word for that, but I don't know what it is. And kind of cuts another one. More ice cream, she says as she looks back in your direction.
We'll just have pie. Wouldn't mind another cup of coffee.
More coffee.
Sam says as he drains the last little bit of, literally tipping the cup and getting the last drop out of his current cup.
She said, now, if I saw correctly, you take it black.
Is there any other way?
Well, men will be men, she says, and she pours another cup of coffee and brings you pie and coffee with like a practiced kind of, again, like a housewife from the 1950s.
I think that Sam at this point would I have heard um would I have heard other people's names when we were introducing or in doing the book signing and everything,
I believe so, yeah.
specifically I think at this point then this is when Sam recalls where he knows the name Green from and has a bit of a flashback to a crime scene that he worked at one point. And it's quick. He quickly pushes it back out of his mind because that brings back a lot of terrible memories for him as well. But he remembers and wonders if this Samantha Green has a connection to this memory, and then sees the pie and has some quote unquote clarity and digs into the pie and coffee.
As Sam is having those thoughts, we cut to Samantha in her room. What is she doing?
She is getting ready to actually leave the room. So I'm going to imagine she's going to meet as Opal's getting to the door. Samantha's going to be opening it. But instead of well, what we see now is where she was bedraggled and wet and all unkempt before, we now see a very put together young woman. Her hair is tied back and it's coiffed up in a best you can say, a 1950s kind of housewife hairstyle. Her dress that she was wearing before and the apron are immaculately clean. You probably don't know how on earth she could have managed to do that in the time that she's been here, but there it is. She is perfectly put together. Her makeup is back on point. The one thing that is kind of disturbing in this picture is that she still has no footwear. She is barefoot. But she'll open the door, and as she sees you open, she's like, "Oh, oh my goodness! Hello."
I think as you open the door and Opal sees the door opening, so she takes a step back so she's not run into with this plate of food. And when you say hello, Opal is very honestly this very joyful person. She has this wide smile on her face. Everything is very genuine about her. And when she looks at you, she has this bright smile on her face and she's like, "Well, hello, darling. I was asked to bring this food to you because you had not come to the dining room. But if you are going to come to the dining room, I would love to still give you this food once we get to the table."
That would be lovely. I find myself a little famished.
Perfect. I am told that this dinner is absolutely fantastic. Not so sure if it'll be as good as my memos, but we will see. I'm Opal, by the way.
I'm Samantha, but you can call me Sam.
Oh, that's a real pretty name. One of my best friends was a Samantha.
I really like your name. It sounds, I don't know, exotic and beautiful.
I'm told that's what my mama wanted my name to be.
Well then, shall we?
Of course, let's go.
And I think with that, like, they'll turn, go down the hall, and I imagine they're chatting as they're going. It's all pleasant conversation, smiles and all such.
Absolutely.
I do want to say, as we come around the corner, go into the dining room, Sam, if you're looking, the woman that comes around the corner with Opal looks exactly like that photo you saw.
I think Sam definitely takes notice. I think he's been trying to watch just about everything that's going on, and so when he hears someone approaching the doorway area, he would definitely take notice. And I think probably he's mid bite of pie and just kind of stops.
I think as we see that look of recognition, the camera suddenly cuts outside where we see this rain begin in earnest outside. We see another woman who is barefoot walking down the road, carrying her shoes in one hand, a guitar case in the other. And we see the Nowhere Motel sign, and that no vacancy flickers and the no goes out. And that's where we're going to take our break. So, we're going to take a 10-minute bio, refill our drinks, go to the bathroom, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. And when we come back, we will finish the second part of part 1, Nowhere to Hide. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break. We're back. We are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, or at least something that passes for it. And yeah, we're going to get into the second half of part 1 of Nowhere to Hide. This game is supposed to be a trilogy. However, you can see that I did not put trilogy anywhere on any of the artwork because, well, you saw the first half, didn't you? And we know how trilogies go here on our channel, so it doesn't usually work out. But you know what? We're gonna do our best. So, speaking of our best, let's get back to it. So we find ourselves, well, nowhere. There is a rainstorm that is picking up outside, and inside, a group of strangers are gathered in either the bar or in the dining area. There's little pieces of conversation that are taking place here and there. Some of the strange individuals that you have either just met or that you met whenever you first got here. You kind of get to know each other a little bit more. At some point, you hear another voice. Oh, somebody was in the bar area, weren't they?
Yeah, Freddie left the dining area after talking
Freddie.
to Knuckle Duster and went out to the lounge to be with the best boy, Argos.
Okay. Yeah, you are sitting there hanging out with Argos, who has placed his head securely in your hand.
Oh, that's a good dog.
Leaning, hardly into you. Just absolutely absorbing all of the scritches with you think he might have fallen asleep standing up because he's definitely snoring.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he is an old dog, but he seems to be very sweet-tempered. And as you are sitting there scratching him, kind of alone with your thoughts in this room, you see Argos kind of turn towards the front door and his ears kind of perk up.
What's going on, boy? And he'll stand all 6.5 feet of him.
Argos, you again hear that click, clack, as he starts making his way kind of towards the door in anticipation. The front doors open, and you see a young woman who is absolutely drenched to the bone. She carries her shoes in one hand and a guitar case in the other. Doesn't seem to have any other luggage or any other kind of like bags than that. She's got blonde hair that is just kind of like everywhere and plastered to her head and her face because of how wet she is. And she is very easily identifiable as being in her 3rd trimester of a pregnancy.
Whoa.
She says, "Oh, it is just coming down in buckets out there."
Yeah, it seems to be. It's raining cats and dogs. It'll kind of nod towards Argos. Is Harlow out here, or is he
Not currently.
elsewhere? Okay. Yeah, I think seeing that she's, in her 3rd trimester, I think almost instinctively, Freddie will kind of move towards her again at like a slow pace. Doesn't want to startle her and just say, well, there's a gentleman here by the name of Harlow or Papa Harlow who runs the front desk, but can I help you with what you're carrying there? Or since you seem a bit encumbered, so to speak, and he kind of smiles a little crookedly.
Yeah, I suppose if you don't mind, probably ought to
Yeah.
find a towel or something before I drape water all over the place.
Oh, I think I remember there was like a closet or something back there. Hang on. And he'll like take, I imagine like just the guitar case, and then whatever else she's got, and then he'll kind of lumber off to go get a towel from the same place where he got Samantha towels earlier that Harlow indicated to him, and grab just a handful, kind of offer them to her.
She
Here you go.
almost seems reluctant whenever you go to take the guitar case from her.
Oh,
Like she hesitates for a moment, and then she smiles and she lets it go.
all right.
She'll
Yeah,
take the towels from you.
Mhm.
Oh, thank you. You work here? She says she's kind of like
Ha.
trying to pat as much of this water off of her as she can.
Not so much, but I don't know. I can recognize a soul in need, I guess. Not a terrible need, obviously, but a little help goes a long way, especially out and elsewhere.
Well, I suppose my predicament is pretty obvious. She says she kind of like looks down at her stomach.
Just a little bit, just a little bit. You know if it's gonna be a boy or a girl or
Oh,
both?
no, I don't know, to tell you the truth. I just kind of hope that it's healthy. You know?
Yeah, no, I understand. I think he furrows his brow and he thinks back to Opal for a second and sort of the things that she pulled out of her accoutrements, and he says, I don't know if you truck with this kind of thing, but there might be someone here. I don't know what she is necessarily, a porch sitter or a wise woman or something like that, but she might be able to shed some light about your child if you were interested. You probably have to ask her though,
Shed some
but I
light. What
understand. Well,
is it that you expect her to be able to tell me? Boy or girl?
boy or girl, yeah,
You think she
might
can
take
tell
some
that
of the
kind of
mystery
thing?
out of it. I mean, I've seen some crazy things. Let me tell you, I've done been a traveling in my time, and I've seen all sorts of people that are capable of all kinds of things out in the endless roads of elsewhere. Believe you me.
Well, I've seen a few things, but nothing, never anything like that.
Mm.
You said there's other people here?
Yeah,
Seems
there's
awfully quiet.
there's
Kind of
a little dining
empty.
area back there. I think there's about, I mean, upwards of seven at least, maybe a dozen or so now, a little less than a dozen, myself
This place,
included, of course.
only 7 people in this place?
Thereabouts, maybe a few more.
Huh. Um, well, yeah, I suppose. If you don't mind, I'd like to sit down and put my shoes on. Well, maybe. She kind of looks at him and she kind of turns him upside down and like water drips out of him.
Yeah, might want to hold off on that. Is there any kind of like heat source in here? I imagine there's not like a fireplace or anything like that in this
Mm-mm.
motel, but yeah, you may want to hold off on that for a little bit.
Maybe I'll just take a hairdryer to him. Well, I guess if you've got friends, I'd like to meet them, especially if they're as friendly as you are.
Well, it kind of thinks back to Patterson. I don't know if they are all as friendly as me, but you can certainly meet them and make your own form your own opinion, so to speak. But I guess kind of nod towards the ledger. I don't want to put Papa Harlow out, but you may want to sign in essentially, get
Oh,
yourself a room key if you're
well,
planning on
sure.
staying, I assume. I don't want to
I,
upset the old man, ruin his system.
I think I would actually, maybe a night at least. Uh, where is this? You said Papa Harlow?
Yeah, I think he'll kind of still carrying her stuff, but seeming completely unbothered by it. He'll kind of look around, and then I think he'll just kind of raise his voice and just say, Papa Harlow, you around somewhere? There's another person coming out of the rain. Need a room, maybe?" Kind of like looks around, kind of goes back behind the desk,
For those of
sees where
you
he
who
is.
are in the dining area, Papa Harlow kind of hops up from his chair as best he can, grabs his cane. He says, I thought I saw 7th. And he turns and starts moving his way out of the room. Anybody else in the room that would like can put together some kind of a roll that would be about perception, like a hearing based type of perception. If you need help building your dice pool, just let me know. We can walk you through it. Otherwise, I'm going to leave you to your devices and then just have you, whoever wants to, actually make a roll. Give me your total and your effect die, as well as let me know if you roll any hitches.
So once again, how do we differentiate the effect die, the lowest one?
So once you get the result of your dice, you're going to choose any of the 2 from the dice pool, and you're going to add the numbers that they show together to form your total. You then take a third die, not one of the 2 that you used for the total, but any of the other dice in your dice pool, and the dice size will be your effect die. If you roll any 1s, you cannot use them for any of the, you cannot use them to form the total or as an effect die.
So once again, distinctions, emotions, and roll
Yes, at the minimum.
at the minimum. And we can add affiliations.
You could add an affiliation die. So again, not saying what it is, but if you want to add your weird die to this roll, then you can.
Okay.
As far as differentiating on distinctions, would what does home mean to you kind of work in this situation for me? Since in the sense that Sam is feeling kind of relaxed and at home in this environment at the moment with the pie and coffee, or would that work differently?
Yeah. No, I think that's a great way to interpret that.
Right.
I have a quick question about abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Just because one of my abilities is precognition,
Okay.
and I was wondering if maybe that would apply to that. If I could apply that.
Potentially.
Cool.
Let me see.
It says you see things before they
Oh,
happen,
you got it.
sometimes only seconds before, sometimes far ahead. This power doesn't mean you can automatically understand the context of what you're seeing. It simply means that you see something that's coming. Roll this
Okay.
abilities die when you're trying to solve a problem, understand information, or get insight into something.
Yes, I think it would qualify here.
Cool.
Patterson also has that. Good. Add
So
that
you
as
could,
well.
yeah, you could absolutely add that to your dice pool.
Choose 2.
I also rolled a 1 when I'm making my roll, which means that all of you have a chance, if you would like, to cash in on me rolling a 1. One of you can spend a plot point to establish an opportunity, or rather take the opportunity, which is what that is called, and create an asset.
Create an asset. What would that entail?
So an asset is something that stays in a scene. It's similar to a complication. They're kind of like opposites of each other. Complications are things that I can use. Assets are things that y'all can use. And essentially, it is attached to a scene. And if a role makes sense for you to be able to use it in the future, then you can also take that die and add it to your dice pool.
Okay.
So, for
I
example, since this is based on hearing, you could establish an asset of good acoustics. And we've now established that in this dining area, in this room, the acoustics are in such a way that things are going to be easily heard.
I actually really like that. Can I steal that?
100%. Absolutely. You spend a plot point to activate the opportunity? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, just track that, and then I will add an asset. Let's That was a D8 that I rolled that on, so that's a pretty hefty asset. All right, that is going to be good acoustics. All right. So we have an asset and a complication. Anybody that did roll, what was your total in your effect die?
I rolled a 1. I don't know if you need to know that first.
Ooh. I do need to know that when it happens, but I don't think I'm gonna activate that one.
All right.
So.
And then it's 2 dice for a total, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would give me a 10 total, and then I have an extra die of a 4 that I can use for an effect die.
Okay.
And that was a D8 if the die type matters for the effect.
The effect die is a D8?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the value of your effect die, like the number that came up on it, does not matter at all. For the effect die, it's just the die type that matters.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I could use the 4 instead of the 3 and get 11. Is that how that would work?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So typically you want to take the 2 dice that give you the highest numerical total, but not always, because there might be situations where having a larger effect die might get you the result that you need or that you want, and the numerical value isn't, you don't need it to be that high.
Gotcha.
As an example.
Do you take your effect die out before you roll?
No.
Or do you roll everything and then okay.
Correct.
Perfect.
Yeah. It's after you choose the 2 dice for your total, you choose a third die that's not one of those 2 as your effect die. And the only caveat is that you cannot use 1s for any of those.
Perfect.
Okay.
So I also rolled.
Mm-hmm.
I also rolled a 1.
Okay.
And then
Again,
my other,
I don't think I'm going to activate
Okay.
it, so go ahead.
my other 2 add up to a 9.
9. Okay. All right. What was your total again, Nathan? 11?
11.
Okay. Excellent.
I also rolled.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw it in the chat, but
You got
I
a
did.
10?
I got a 10, and my effect die is a D6.
D6. Okay. All right.
Mine was also 10 with a D6.
10 with D6. Okay, Jason, top Jason, what'd you say again?
I'm sorry. I had the exact same roll. 10 with a D6 effect die.
10 D6. Okay. So it's actually only Sam who hears this. And Sam, you even just barely hear this. You hear Knuckle Duster say, "It's about time." So we cut back out to where Harlow has now rounded the corner on his cane and is approaching this newcomer. And Papa Harlow takes a look and says, "Well, would you look at that? Another newcomer. You know, we haven't seen this much traffic in, I couldn't even tell you when. I assume that you would like a room for the night?" She said, "I absolutely would. Yes, please. The softer the bed, the better." He kind of laughs to himself. "I see that you already met Freddie."
Yes, indeed.
"Freddie, I appreciate you giving this young lady some towels." He kind of like reaches out and grabs your forearm and kind of like leans and squeezes on it a little.
Yeah, it crinkles under his grip, and I think Freddy goes very still as he grabs him, and I think he actually probably lays his other hand on top of Papa Harlow's hand, just this big scarred hand. It's like, he's there. Don't grip too tight.
Harlow kind of gives you a look. "Oh, pardon me. Just don't know my own strength, I suppose.
Yeah.
Still
Got
got
some
a
iron
little
in
in
you
me.
for an old man. Yeah, yeah. And I think he kind of like very gently will remove Harlow's hand from his forearm.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't fight. He doesn't resist at all. Apologies.
All right.
Well, let's get you settled in, he says as he kind of like makes his way back around the front desk, produces the ledger, has her sign, and he gives her a key as well. Welcome to Nowhere. Now, there are some victuals back in the dining area. If you'd like, you can join us back there, or if you'd like to settle into your room, maybe. Well, don't look like you got any bags, so I don't know if you got clean clothes, but I might be able to scrounge something up for you. The young woman says, I could use something to eat. It's, well, tell you the truth, I'm not quite sure when the last time it was that I had something to eat. She kind of like looks for a second, like she's kind of confused. She kind of shakes it off. Well, and I am eating for two now. So she will start making her way back towards the dining area.
I think Freddie's seeing that will say, if you give me your room key, I can go ahead and put your case. He'll kind of like hold up the guitar case gently, remembering how like hesitant she was to even have him touch it. I can go put that in your room and then bring the key back to you. I don't mind.
No, I rather you just I'd rather just keep it with me. You
Sure.
don't mind?
Yeah, and I think he'll just hand it back to her. Yeah, if she's just gonna hang on to it. That's fine.
Thank you, she
Oh,
says. She kind of takes it back from you.
what was your name? I'm sorry. I'm Freddie, of
Oh,
course. Freddie Bogart.
absolutely. She kind of like switches her shoes and guitar case into the same hand, so she's got a free hand, and then extends it. My name is Casey Allison.
Nice to meet you, Casey. And yeah, he'll give her a gentle but very firm handshake. Well, you go and enjoy the lamb and the pie and all the fixings back there. It's quite the spread.
Pie, she says as she kind of like turns back in that direction. Well, I do believe that's the best news I've heard all day.
Yeah, I think Freddie will just kind of nod, and I think he'll probably head back to his room. I think he's a little like it's not even like the celebrity stuff that bothers him. I think it's just like the gripping. Like this is the second time that someone's like grabbed his arm and he's heard the crinkling. He's just like, I gotta just get a little bit of space from these people. So I think he ends up heading back to his room, I think, for the moment.
Okay.
May or may not be useless since Freddy's going to head back to his room. But I think that after Sam heard this comment from Knuckle Duster, I think he would excuse himself from if this other lady is still talking or whatever. I think
Oh,
he would
yeah.
excuse himself and go try to find Freddy.
I mean, you could probably catch him in the hallway, I would think. He's heading back.
He would just approach and did I hear your name was Freddy?
Yeah,
Is that right?
Freddie Bogart, fighting Freddy. Bit of a, you know, boxer of sorts. Kind of smiles a little like self-depreciatingly. What can I call you?
Sam Wolf, and Sam offers his hand.
Yeah, Freddie will shake. Nice to meet you, Sam.
Nice to meet you. You sent, well, or interacted with the pregnant woman that just came in the dining area.
Yeah. Casey Allison, I think was the name. Was trying to help her out. She was soaked, kind of like you.
Yeah, that's strange enough. But anything else about Casey that stood out as strange, but besides walking alone, pregnant through dark streets?
I guess it is a little odd that she ended up here of all places, a abandoned motel in the middle of the desert. It's a bit of a strange place for a woman in her condition, but I didn't I don't really notice anything else strange. She might have been a little confused, but that could just be exhaustion. Fatigue does crazy things to a person. Kind of smiles.
I think we're all a little confused, but I I heard your friend, and he kind of air quotes knuckle duster, I believe was his name. Said something a little strange when she arrived. I heard him mention it's about time or something along those lines.
Hmm. It's about time.
It just stood out to me a little bit, considering that it doesn't seem like anyone else in this place knows each other except for, you know, maybe the staff.
Hmm. Well, uh, I don't know how familiar you are with the Fae or Goblin kind, but they know things, secret things that the rest of us mere mortals aren't privileged enough to be privy to. So maybe there's something to that. Might be worth talking to Knuckle Duster. I'd be happy to do so, though I don't know, doesn't seem like the Sharon type necessarily.
Well, if you have the opportunity to speak to him again, and I might like to be privy to that conversation. And just there seems to be enough weirdness going on right now. It might be worth keeping our eyes out for any other strange connections between the two.
Fair enough. I'll keep an eye out, see what I can do. You going back into the dining room, I assume, or where you headed?
Oh yes, I gotta finish my pie and coffee for sure.
I think he kind of stops as you say that, as he's like starting to walk away, and then he looks at you and says, "What does it taste like, the pie?"
It is delicious. It tastes like home. It's
Is it apple? Apple pie?
is it?
It is indeed.
It is.
I think you see him shake his head and kind of like lick his lips in a way that I think with your sort of investigative skills, Sam, it's like a starving man presented with a buffet that he cannot eat as you say that. And he says, "Damn, it's been a while. Well, you enjoy your pie, uh, Sam, and I'll keep an eye out for Knuckle Duster."
I could bring you a slice if you'd like.
Yeah, I think I'm fine. Thank you, though. I appreciate the offer. He starts to walk away.
All right. And I think as Freddy walks away and Sam's turns to head back towards the diner, I think he does that thing where he looks up again and Jane, we may need to take note of that as well. He very much looked like he wanted the pie. Acts like he can't have it.
I think as you're saying this, Sam, you get this like whiff of again straw and wood kind of following Freddy as he walks away further into the motel, leaving you behind.
As Sam comes back into the diner, I think we see the blonde woman has moved from where she was seated next to Sam and has sat wherever it is that Samantha is at. She says, "You are a sight for sore eyes."
It's nice to meet you.
Where did you get this dress?
Oh, this little thing? I made it.
You made this.
I did.
Well, color me impressed.
And your scarf?
Oh. No. I don't do anything like make clothes.
No, but it's
No.
gorgeous. Where'd you
I
get
bought
this?
this at the department store. Well, She kind of like stops and thinks for a second. You know, I don't rightly recall.
It's too bad. I would have enjoyed going there and seeing what they would have had. I could definitely use something like that.
Well, I have another one. I have it in blue, as a matter of fact. And she kind of indicates your dress.
Really?
Absolutely. We could wear it at the same time. We would look adorable.
Yeah, Samantha just kind of smiles at that. Well, that sounds lovely. We could be sisters.
She says, I will be right back. And she hops up, and you can hear her like platform shoes like clack, 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 clack. She's like, runs off.
I should ask her for shoes too.
At this time, as she is, go ahead.
I was going to say, does the pregnant woman walk in
Yes.
at this time? Ah, yes.
Yep.
So I think Samantha's eyes follow the other woman out, and she sees this new woman come in. And if anybody is like at all looking at Samantha or in her way at all, there's a moment of like jealousy that's followed immediately by like sadness before another mask goes up on her face and she's happy again.
She comes around the door frame to where she can see all of you, and she kind of looks a little surprised. She's got kind of her hand on the small of her back as she's holding her guitar and shoes in one hand. Well, I suppose I found where the party is.
I think Samantha would definitely get up and kind of go over to her and say, "Here, why don't you have a seat over here?"
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. She kind of like moves over and lowers herself there. Go ahead. Sorry.
Opal is very much doing the same thing. She sees a pregnant lady. Pregnant lady needs to sit down.
Mm-hmm.
She sits with both of your help. Oh, that's much better. Thank you. Oh, I don't suppose I could trouble one of you for like a pillow or something I can put behind my back. Just a little bit.
Mm.
I think Sam will actually wander up and I think by now his coat has been hanging on a coat rack, and it may not be perfectly dry, but it's probably drier than she is, and I think he would ball it up and kind of offer it to her. It's no since there's no pillows, it's presumably in sight.
No, that's good. That's good. She kind of eases back against it and closes her eyes and exhales. That's better.
Samantha would just look up at Sam and go, "Oh, what a gentleman," before turning back to the woman. "Oh, what is your name? I mean, I'm Samantha."
My name is Casey. It's nice to meet you, Samantha.
"It's nice to meet you, Casey. This is Opal."
Opal? That's a
Opal
gorgeous name.
is running back to go get food for her.
Well, that was Opal. Yeah.
I had an aunt named Opal.
What brings you out here this late in this weather?
You know, I don't rightly know. I suppose it sounds a little crazy. My bus broke down, and I don't know. I grabbed my guitar and my journal, and I just started walking. I left my bag. It's got all of my clothes, and I don't know what I was thinking, but the more I walked, and just liked the feeling of it. Felt better than I've felt in a while, and the storm started rolling in, and everything started cooling down, and just I decided to take my shoes off and just feel the road beneath me, and I don't know how long I was walking for, but then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there was this crossroad in this place. It started raining, so I figured probably better than standing outside like some idiot.
I think this whole
Yeah.
time, like Casey's been talking, Samantha has been making the motions of listening, but you can see that her eyes would keep drifting off to this woman's stomach before coming back up to her eyes and then back to the stomach and back up to her eyes. So I think there's like an awkward pause when Casey stops talking, and then Samantha realizes she's supposed to say something. Like,
Suppose you're
well,
wondering. Same thing that everybody else wonders. Wondering about where the daddy is.
and there's a moment, there's a real genuine look of confusion on Samantha's face. Oh, no, my dear. I was wondering how you could walk so far. You're quite the trooper.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's my first time being pregnant. I didn't know I shouldn't.
Well, are
I
you
hate-
feeling okay? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I feel fine. My back hurts. My feet are a little sore. I'm a little tired of being wet. Kind of
Mm.
hungry. But I feel better than I felt in a long time. Something about this place, and she kind of looks around. Um, Anybody who's paying attention can see that Knuckle Duster, though he's seated across the room, he's seated kind of like backwards in the booth, with his head like kind of over the top of the back of the booth, and he's just kind of like watching this and is not moving or saying anything. And those of you at the table with Fred Hampton notice that he is also kind of paying attention to what this young woman is saying. Not with the same kind of rapt attention, but he is definitely distracted with what she's talking about.
I don't think it's as obvious as Knuckle Duster, but I think Sam has after offering his coat, I think he has taken a seat somewhat close, like close enough to hear the conversation here, but enough to be kind of out of it without being invited. But I think he's in a position where he's able to kind of see Knuckle Duster and he's watching. Again, not as obvious as what Knuckle Duster's doing, but he's watching his kind of reaction to all of this.
Patterson would
Oh, go ahead, please.
Patterson would say to Fred, not for the first time, showing his uncomfortable air with Knuckle Duster. Telling you, I don't like the way that boy's looking at her. This pointy-eared fella. Keep an eye on him.
Robert kind of nods. He sips his coffee.
Sorry, Robert. My bad.
No, I think I called him Fred first. Yeah, Robert kind of nods as he kind of like shoots a look in Knuckle Duster's direction. Has anybody ever described this place to you before? Y'all ever heard of it before you showed up here?
Buddy, I just went through a crossroads that I don't ever remember seeing on this route. And then the rain and the fog got so bad that it only made sense to pull over.
He kind of shakes his head. I'm pretty careful with care that I take from my car, and the damnedest thing happened. About a mile and a half up the road, all of a sudden my engine just blew. Like it had no oil in it. Just gave out. Started smoking. I got out of the car. I look up. And I swear, this place wasn't there just a moment before, but then I saw its sign. Sure as the sun in the sky. Right there.
So this place just appeared for you
He kind
right
of like
across the street.
laughs as if he understands how ridiculous this sounds. I know, but I don't know what to tell you. I think it kind of did.
Little bead of sweat dribbles down the side of Patterson's face, just like right to the right of his right eye, as his mind goes back to a terrible battle in Germany, and all he hears is an echo of something that he has to this day no idea what it was, but how it had just appeared.
From, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Weirder things have happened. Who am I to really judge about it? I'll pour more whiskey. My
Yeah.
coffee cup empty, just straight whiskey now.
Robert kind of nods. Yeah, but this place is pretty weird.
I'll drink to that. And I'll kind of nod the bottle in towards his cup.
Robert kind of looks up at this this young woman, and he says, "Ma'am, you carry that guitar. You play?" And she kind of looks up at him like that's the stupidest question in the world. She says, "Well, of course I play." And he says, Would you mind if I imposed and asked you play something for us?"
Really, sir, you should let her eat first. She just got here.
She says, "Yeah, I do want to eat, but I'll tell you what, after I eat, I'll gladly play a song for you. You have anything in particular that you'd like to hear?" He kind of thinks for a second. He says, "Actually, I do. Do you know For What It's Worth by Buffalo Springfield?" She kind of thinks for a second. She says, "I do, as a matter of fact." He kind of looks happy and nods. I think that'd be fine. Just fine. She eats. And once she's finished, she grabs her guitar case and puts it kind of on a chair next to her and opens it. And she pulls the guitar out. And from where Samantha and Sam are both sitting close to her, you can actually see in her case that there's a couple of different like collections of paper that are in the case. if either one of you would like, you can try to roll a perception type roll that would be based on sight.
Oh, I would definitely like to do this because then I can use one of my abilities.
Okay. What y'all got?
Did roll a 1.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna have an 11 total and a D4 effect die.
11 with the D4. Okay. I think I'm going to let
And
that hitch ride for now.
And with the abilities, it only adds the die unless I decide to activate the SFX, correct?
Correct. Yeah. It can add the die just by invoking it alone.
Okay.
If you want to use the SFX, it will add that die to your die pool still, I believe. But in addition, your SFX will take effect.
Let me check that. What that SFX is.
Karen, were you rolling for Samantha? Also?
No, Samantha's not interested in the papers in the case.
Fair enough.
She's more concerned about just Casey herself and that she's comfortable and yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So the one for sight on here is I can spend a plot point to see microscopic details beyond what's possible with an electron microscope.
Wow. Okay.
I guess that might help in this situation.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm gonna spend my plot point for that then.
Fucking Inspector Gadget over here. Wowzers. What did you get?
I got 11 total.
Oh, that's right. Okay. All right. So, with all of that considered, your extreme gifts of perception, Sam, you notice what both of these sets of paperwork are just by seeing the first page of them at somewhat of a distance and an angle. You notice that the first set of papers is an adoption form. And the second set of papers appears to be a record contract. She takes the guitar. She kind of stops for a second. She says, I think one more bite. She kind of leans over and takes another bite of pie. She shakes her head. This tastes exactly like the apple pie my grandmother used to make. I don't know how in the world that's possible. She sits back, kind of gets the guitar. It's a little awkward around her belly, but she does manage to situate it. And she begins to play and sing. And all of you in this room are immediately struck by the sheer level of talent that this young woman possesses. Like, this is probably the most beautiful voice that you've ever heard. And she's incredibly gifted in the guitar as well. It's shockingly good. I don't know if you've ever been in the presence of like somebody who's performing and just realized, holy shit, like this person is leagues beyond the people that I have seen before. That's definitely the impression that she gives you. Like, you are potentially surprised that you don't know who she is. She finishes this rendition of For What It's Worth by Buffalo Springfield, and Robert is on the verge of tears, just kind of staring down at his mostly empty cup of coffee and whiskey, almost dumbfounded or shell-shocked. She finishes and puts the guitar down, and Knuckle Duster does the thing where he puts, one finger in each of the corners of his mouth and like whistles extremely loud and starts applauding.
That was amazing. You are so talented.
She kind of seems like she doesn't really know how to take the compliment. She smiles. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say.
I think after this rendition, Opal is just so entranced by it at first, but the moment she hears that whistle, she's going over, and I mean back of her hand to the back of Knucklefuck's head, and she is hitting him as hard as she can, and she's like, "You better not be whistling at night in here. I am not gonna deal with whatever the fuck you bring in here."
What in the hell is your problem? He reaches up to this like shock of like hair at the back of his head where you've just hit him.
You do not whistle at night. That brings bad shit around. We do not need that here.
You're right.
She
You're right. He says he
She kinda-
smiles at you.
she does
Sorry. I forgot my manners. He says he kind of like shoots a look over towards the blonde woman.
Which
No
blonde
whistling.
woman? There's 3 of us.
There are 3 of them.
Oh, fair. The unnamed woman who was here before all of you arrived.
That is her name, the blonde woman.
The blonde woman. Granny Sweetums. Yeah.
That is not going to be
Granny
her
Smith.
name.
Miss Blonde.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think at that point, Robert looks at Patterson and Cornelius, and he says, I understand it now. I understand it. That song. It's been a favorite of mine for a long time, but I remember why now. I remember why. Okay, he says as he kind of like finishes the rest of his coffee and sets it down. And he turns and he stands up out of the booth, reaches up and he buttons just the first button on his sports coat, kind of straightens it out. And he says, Papa Harlow, I believe I'm ready for that key. Harlow, who's kind of been sitting across the room, just kind of smoking a cigarette, watching this all play out, amused by Casey singing, nods, almost like he was expecting this. He said, Well, Robert, I do think you are ready. Seems to me you've done quite a bit of thinking, and if you feel like you're ready, then, well, I'll go fetch my key. And he starts walking away on his cane. And for all intents and purposes, to all of you, it seems like Robert is like getting ready to leave. He turns back to Cornelius and Patterson, and he kind of like softly like pounds the table once or twice with his fist. He said, "Wonder if I might ask you boys for a favor."
Yeah, it's
All right.
purely dependent on what you're asking, friend.
He nods. Later tonight, when they're playing my number, and he kind of like looks towards Casey. Would you come find me?
When they're playing your number?
My song. When my song comes on, will you come and find me?
We can certainly try.
Sure, old man. What room you in?
307.
And when I hear your song, I'll knock on your door. I'm looking at my key. Is my room near Robert's?
Not overly. It's probably, 172 or something. Doesn't seem particularly close. But then again, like, you seen this place from the outside, doesn't seem like that large of a place.
I'll come
Well,
find you.
Been a pleasure. And he kind of like straightens up, almost like to attention, and gives both of you a salute. And he turns and he starts to walk off. And at the opening to the dining room, Papa Harlow meets him. And the two of them kind of talk in kind of a low voice between one another. And you can see Papa Harlow kind of like putting his hand on Robert's shoulder, kind of reassuringly, almost like, like patting him on the back and kind of like, giving him almost like an encouragement. And then he holds a key out for Robert to take. And those of you who are able to see can see what looks like a golden key. And at the top of it are two winged snakes. But the key itself doesn't seem to have any of the tines on it. I don't know if that's what the word for it actually is, but the part of the key that would actually turn the lock. He hands this to Robert. Teeth, could be. He hands this to Robert, who takes it and looks at it before dropping it into the pocket of his sport coat. And he looks up at Papa Harlow and nods. And then he heads to his room.
I think once Casey has finished her song and if she's go back to like the chitty chat talking, at some point Samantha is just, is it your first?
Baby? Yeah. Yeah. She kind of says with like a note of sadness.
When are you due?
Couple of months. I'm kind of scared, to tell you the truth. I have kind of an important decision I have to make, and I haven't haven't been able to make it yet. I don't really know what to do.
What kind of decision?
Well, she kind of looks around the room. I I was offered a really good situation, a good way to make a living, something that I love doing, singing, playing guitar. But she kind of looks down at her stomach. I don't know that that's the right thing for a mom, you know? But also, I grew this baby inside of me. It's it's a part of me. I don't I don't know if I can give that up.
What? Why would you even think of giving it up?
I know. She acts almost like embarrassed. And the other unnamed woman kind of, you can hear her like tisk from across the room. I, I said I don't know what to do.
Think you hear Opal, and she's like, well, now. It's a decision that right now you do not need to think about. Right now, what you need to think about is just making sure you are dry, you are clean, and you are comfortable. Now, have you been able to get a little nanny charm?
I'm sorry, what?
A nanny charm. My mama taught me how to make those. We make them and we give these to the ladies who are expecting, and it's to protect the baby from evil spirits or anything that might harm it.
Well, I no, I don't have one of those, but I suppose it couldn't hurt.
Oh, well, hold on then. And she digs through this very large messenger bag and she pulls out various things and is just setting them on the table. Like she's got a small silver hand mirror. She got all sorts of things in there, paper, charcoal, things of that sort. And she pulls out this small wooden charm on a twine string. And this wooden piece was carved into what looks like, how am I going to describe this? What looks like it looks like two rabbits, and it almost looks like a yin and a yang type thing. And the closer you look at it, it looks like the rabbits, each rabbit has like a unicorn horn on it. And the eyes of each rabbit have been painted black. One rabbit is painted this very pretty blue color, and the other is painted a yellow color. And she hands this to this young lady, and she's like, here, always carry this with you. You could wear it as a necklace, you could put it on your guitar case, put it in your pocket. Doesn't really matter as long as it stays with you. You should be safe.
It protects the baby.
It does.
And I think at this, barely above a whisper, so very, very tough to hear. You could Samantha just kind of mutters under her breath, "Wish I had one of those."
Oh, do you need one? I can
I'm, s-
borrow
I'm,
one. It
s-
might take me a day
I'm,
or
I'm
two.
sorry. I'm sorry. What? Not realizing that she'd said her thought out loud.
Oh, would you like one? It might take me a day or two, but I can get you
Oh,
one.
I don't need one. No, no.
Okay. Well, if you ever need one in the future, let me know.
And when you say that, there's such a look of sadness in her eyes. I can't have children.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry about that. I did not mean to bring that up.
And she doesn't say anything more. She just kind of hangs her head, in kind of shame.
Casey kind of reaches a hand over and clasps yours, Samantha, and just kind of gives it a squeeze without saying anything.
Samantha just kind of squeezes back.
We cut to where Freddy is in his room. Freddy, are you attempting to get some sleep?
I think what we see is he is in this bathroom again with the door closed. And I think we see him staring at himself, but the trench coat is open. And I think we see this like weird, almost wooden rib cage that is surrounded by straw. There are these limbs of wood with like iron joints that creak that lead to these apparently human hands, but there are completely intact organs nestled in the straw. You can see the esophagus, you can see the heart that is just beating slowly. Um, the lower and upper, the smaller and large intestines, and he's just sort of staring at himself at this thing that he is becoming, just gripping the sink so tightly. I can fix this. My God. I just need a little more time, just a little more time. I can fix this. And he's going to slowly start to button the trench coat back up. And I think he pulls out the locket, the silver locket that he had tucked away before, and he looks at the words carved into it that read, "In all the world, there is no heart for me like yours. In all the world, there is no love for you like mine." And he hangs it around his neck, puts on the golden wedding band, and then he'll start to walk out of his room, I think.
So, as you put the wedding band around your neck, you kind of are looking down as it kind of comes to rest at your sternum. And when you look up, you are standing in the middle of a cornfield at dusk. And you are 50 yards, give or take, from a scarecrow. And about the time that you realize that, the scarecrow's face turns and looks up at you and says, "There are rats in the corn, Freddy. Rats in the corn." And then all of a sudden, you are back in your bathroom.
I think he is dripping with sweat after that. And I think he's just muttering to himself, "I still got time. It's 10 years. She promised me 10 fucking years. I still got a little time." And he kind of straightens himself up, trying to calm down. His hands, I think, are visibly shaking. Um, and then I think he's going to walk out. I think he's actually going to march with surprising determination, try to find Opal, actually. Just sort of striding out this figure in black, trying to find this woman.
Okay. So let's do the scene where Freddy finds Opal. And then I've got one more little segment of stuff that I would like to try to get in tonight if we can.
Sounds
Excellent.
good.
Please, your scene.
Yeah, he enters into this dining room, looks around, sees Opal with Samantha and Casey, kind of forces himself to calm down a little bit. swallows, and he'll approach and say, ladies, I don't mean to interrupt. I just need to borrow Miss Opal here for a moment, if you don't mind. Thought I heard some beautiful singing and guitar playing actually in my room. And he then looks to Casey. That was although I couldn't hear it quite well, it sounded beautiful. You got a real talent.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. He kind of looks at you, Opal. Just a moment of your time.
Oh, of course, of course. Oh, please excuse me, ladies. And she will actually like walk ahead of you and start walking out.
And he'll follow. Um, is she going anywhere in particular, or just kind of?
Once they get out of the dining room,
Mhm.
she's gonna turn and ask Freddie, she'll be like, would you like to do this in the privacy of a room, or do you just want to do it out here in the open?
Kind of narrows his eyes. I'm not. I just have questions more than anything else.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. What did you think I was talking about?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't like to assume when it comes to these kind of things, but sure. And he'll lead her to his room and then let her in.
She'll follow and she'll come in and she'll pull her arms over her head and stretch a little bit. You can hear her spine crack as she stretches. And she turns, hands on her hips. What is it you need to ask, darling?
So those trinkets, gewgaws that you have on you,
These are not trinkets, but yes, my things.
what are your things? You traffic with the weird, Opal.
Is that truly a bad thing that you think I traffic with the weird? I
Weird's
am.
dangerous.
Oh, darling, you don't know how dangerous the weird are.
Yeah, I think I do. You'd be
Ooh.
surprised.
Oh, enlighten me then.
I'm asking you what you know.
She comes up, and where she had patted your arm earlier, she intentionally pokes it.
Yeah, it yields. I imagine depending on how like hard you poke it, you hit the wood of this arm. Kind of hisses under his breath, but then he controls himself. He's like, yeah, I'm in a bit of a pickle, as it were.
Darling, I don't make deals with the weird. I live among them. I don't make deals with them. That is a deal gone bad.
Well, in your experience living among the weird, which I will say sounds horrifying in many a different way,
Why? The true people allowed the weird to be this way.
true people don't allow the weird to do anything. The weird does what the weird wants. I don't know who told you differently, but I wouldn't believe it. It's a good way to get killed or worse. But what I'm asking is, well, two things really. First of all, do you think there's something going on in this place that's linked to the weird? And
Oh,
second,
there
go
very
ahead.
much is. There very much is, darling. There's something odd here. Can feel it.
Any idea what it might be? Seems like
I would
Knuckle
have
Duster might
to.
know something.
I would have to get some information.
Oh, Sarah Freeze? Is it just me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Must have.
Oh no.
Am I back?
Yeah,
Yep,
you're back now. You're back now.
Hooray! My computer decided to be like, hello, never mind.
The weird
So-
took you for a second.
The weird
That's
took
what
me.
happens when you live amongst the weird.
100%.
I don't even know where I was, where I froze at.
Um, something about like 'cause Freddie was asking if the weird had something to do with whatever was going on in the
Oh.
motel. Yeah.
Oh,
Opal
I
was
would
like,
have to get.
probably. Yeah, good.
I would have to get some more information. I would have to have a look around, have a feel of things. That's just me, though. But my little, she uses air quotes, doodads, as you call
Mhm.
them. That is for my mama was a root doctor, and when she died, she passed that on to me, and so that is what I do. I am here to heal, not just the body, the spirit. I take away curses, things of that sort.
Mhm. You got any kind of protective charms against the weird? I
Well,
imagine maybe not, since you live amongst it. He also does air quotes, live amongst it.
oh, darling, aren't you just cute? Aren't you just cute? Oh, I would love to bring you back to the old cottage. That would be just lovely. I would love for you to see what it's like out there. I honestly think you would like it, and I think a little bit of hard work might do you some good.
I ain't unaccustomed to hard work, but I am unaccustomed to this kind of situation that I find myself in. Do you have any charms of protection or not?
I do. But I would like to know your second question first.
That was the second question.
Oh, the
What's going on in the
protect.
motel and the protection charms?
Oh, that. Oh, my darling, you are gonna owe me so many favors.
You're gonna have to get in line as far as
Oh,
that goes.
well, let's get down to brass tacks here. I can assume what did that. Why don't you tell me so I get the right charm?
He straightens a little bit, clenches his fists, and then he says, "Uh, the corn, mother."
Oh my. Oh my. Child.
I didn't have any other options. My
That is
wife,
not true. We
I did
all
not,
have many
I
options.
did not. My wife was sick. I could not afford her medicines anymore. It didn't matter how many fights I won or lost. I was running out of time. She was running out of time. So I made a deal.
And where did
And
that get you?
10 years, 10 years, and my wife alive and healthy and happy. And I think that was a fine deal. But now that my time is starting to run out, kind of narrows his eyes, and I think almost without realizing, he repeats the words from this like flash that he saw. Now there's rats in the corn.
Rats in the corn. Oh, not a good thing, my darling.
Yeah.
All right, let me look. And she rummages through her bag again, and as she's rummaging through her bag, she doesn't even look up at him, and she's like, I'm gonna need to take that off. I gotta see the damage here.
Really? You need me to?
Oh, yes, darling, I need to see what all I can do, because I may not be able to just give you a protection charm. I may be able to help your situation a little bit. We will have to see.
He hesitates, and then I think by this point, considering it's been 10 years and he's been trying to figure out some kind of solution, he's not accustomed to feeling hope that something could change. But I think despite himself and in his desperation, he will start to unbutton the trench coat. And you see this wooden skeleton with the limbs, these organs that are still apparently functioning, but it is a man's body that is slowly turning into the form of a scarecrow of some kind.
Oh my. Okay. I've only ever seen it a little bad and at the end. So it's a good thing I
Not
get a chance.
encouraging.
It's a good thing I get a chance to see. Well, obviously, I cannot fix the end,
Right. Right. My
but
apologies.
I can fix a little. This will be my first trying to at least mend a little bit.
This
of
ain't gonna make it
this.
worse, is it? It doesn't have the potential to make it worse.
It shouldn't. Don't worry about that.
Shit.
Listen, at least I'm not asking you to pay me. I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart.
You get Samantha that plate of food?
I did.
Thank you.
I gave
And
her the
thank you
plate
for
of food.
this.
I gave our lovely new friend Cassie a plate of food, as well as a nanny charm.
You are much more generous than most people that I know that openly and willingly affiliate with the weird. Color me surprised.
That's because you've never met somebody from where I'm from. We treat everybody
Clearly.
as a friend.
Mm. So what are you planning to do? I don't really like to keep this thing open for too long.
Oh, it's fine. And she'll actually go. Is there a lock on the door?
Certainly.
Oh, yeah. She will go and she will lock the door so that way nobody comes in. And she is going to get to work. She will actually give him this charm. And this charm is carved into a sun, but it has this small star carved into the middle of the sun. And it's painted, the sun is actually black and the star is yellow. And it almost looks like there's like dirt or sand in it. And she hands it to you. Keep this with you.
Well, looks
I
at it,
cannot
his large hand. Go ahead.
I cannot promise that this will keep away any sort of vision, but most people don't tend to hear or see what is afflicting them.
Mm.
And then she pulls out her jar of ashes and the spider webs that have been coiled around a stick. And then she pulls out this crochet hook. And it's very obvious when you look at this crochet hook. This crochet hook has been very carefully carved out of bone. It's not easy to tell what kind of bone, but from the way that she sounds, it's very obviously like deer or rabbit or something like that. And she pulls out this hand spun yarn. And as she does this, she is crocheting these little, funny, they're granny squares. And as she's crocheting, she's mixing in this spider silk and this ash. And the first place that she the first place that she actually goes is she starts laying them on the arm. Like she doesn't even go for the torso, she goes for the arm first. And she only makes enough to be able to cover your arm because otherwise it's gonna take all night long.
Right.
And she actually looks around. I'm gonna have to look for more spiders. It's fine, it's fine.
If I can
Now,
help you look for him, I certainly will.
now, be careful because I will be up all night having to crochet these squares just to cover the rest of you. This should help make it so nobody is overtly suspicious. And it might help keep the transformation a little bit at bay. Really, spider webs are for binding cuts and things of that sort, and ashes are for stopping the bleeding. But right now, and from what my mama taught me, this does help. It doesn't seem like it. Think of it as like some armor, or well, I heard you were a boxer, right? Think of it as like a really long boxing glove.
I understand. I
There you
appreciate it, Opal.
Of course, darling. No reason to be afraid. We can figure this out. Get you back home to your lovely lady.
Been trying to figure this out for 10 years, and I ended up in this place. Doesn't bode well.
That's not always true.
Well, if you need help finding more spider webs or what have you, or even looking for clues around this motel about what in tarnation is going on, I'm happy to help. Actually, the moist looking fella, Sam Wolf, he's also interested in digging up whatever's going on here. I mean, maybe he's a little less moist now, but still he was very, very wet when he came in. So he
Well,
might be
weren't
someone
we
else you could
all?
talk to. I mean, I got a little on me, but not that much. Looks like the man took a swim in a lake or something.
Well, he might have been in the rain longer than the rest of us. Like I said, I was going through the woods. I was foraging. I was getting the things that I need for my craft. And
And you
I
ended
just
up
happened
here?
I happened to walk out and there was a paved road. It really didn't help, I think, that I was just allowing the wind to take me, and so I got distracted. I was humming a song that my mama taught me, and she really shouldn't have taught me because it was something that was trying to get her when she was little. That was a song it sang. But
Yeah, that sounds bad.
it was almost like she treated it like a lullaby. So it's a
For
song that
her or for the thing that was chasing her?
for me.
Oh, interesting. All right, sure.
So now when I sing it, it is believed, at least by many others, including myself, that it keeps it away because I know its song. So it believes I am one of them.
Hmm, I see. That's clever.
Maybe one day I'll teach it to you.
Trust me, if you can keep this at bay and I can avoid the corn mother, I don't want anything more to do with the weird if I can help it. And he'll start kind of buttoning up the trench coat, making sure that the granny square sleeve is in place underneath his coat. Right. So what now? Look for spiders?
Now we look around. I will not
Hmm.
make you look for spiders. That is not becoming of you. So I will leave the room first, and I will make my way back to the dining room. I would like a slice of that pie, because I have not had any yet. And I'd like a little bit of dinner too. Been taking care of everybody else.
Well, it's good to help folk. Like you said, everyone's a friend, right?
Exactly. Everyone is a friend. Unless that little old blonde lady in there. I don't like her. I don't like how she looks down on me. It kind of. I
You
kind of
think,
want to put a thorn in her side.
well, you can certainly try.
It
I'd be
wouldn't
happy.
be hard.
Hmm. We should, at some point, if you're interested, we should talk to Knuckle Duster as well. Maybe not now, but according to this moist fella, it seems like he might know something. He
It
said,
seems like him, and I think we should talk to Harlow, Papa Harlow.
"You think the old man's in on it? He seems so friendly."
Just because somebody is friendly doesn't mean they don't know the goings on.
Yeah, that's true. All right, all right, let's go. Thank you
Mhm.
again, Opal. I appreciate it.
She just nods, and the song that she was talking about, she starts humming as she walks out.
He just shakes his head. He's like, fucking weird, and he just follows in her wake.
All right. We take a jump in time to the middle of the night. We see the same like familiar rooms that we've been seeing so far, but all of the lights are turned off. There's just kind of that blue glow that everything has at night when there's rain coming down outside. We kind of like slowly pull through the dining area. Empty tables, empty chairs, dishes all put away. Back through the front desk room, the slot machines are dark, quiet. The bar has been cleaned. We head down the hallway between these rows of doors. A light on at the end of the hallway only. And we get to where room 307 is. And then suddenly the jukebox turns on. We see the arm reach, grab a record, pick it up, place it on the turntable. The needle moves and sets into place. We hear the first couple of stanzas of static, and then a song begins to play. And that song is For What It's Worth by Buffalo Springfield. All of you in your room, if you wish, you hear this music starting to play.
Patterson will be almost in a dead ass sleep when he hears this music. And he sits up, wipes the tire from his eye. Doesn't even put his boots back on, but like wanders down to 307 and hey, they're playing your song.
You knock on the door. First you hear no reply, but then you can hear something. Almost like maybe there's movement going on. As you kind of like strain a little closer, you swear to God you heard the distant report of gunfire. Like multiple times.
In the room?
Yes. But again, the distance is bigger than the hotel room that you've been in.
I look around to make sure that I'm not hearing things like echoing. You know how sometimes a report will sound like it's coming from somewhere that it's not. And I look around, and instinctually my hand goes to the small of my back where I have a holster, and I try the door.
You find the door unlocked.
I'll push it slowly in.
As Patterson slowly opens the door to room 307, are any of the rest of you responding or doing anything to this music that's in the middle of the night?
I don't think Sam's gonna leave the room, at least not just because of the music. I think when Sam hears the music, he's smoking a last cigarette and he's looking at a photo. This photo is very clearly marked for evidence, or marked as if it was on a crime scene. And at some point, it's just a photo of a man at this point, and a good-looking, well-to-do man. But at some point, there was a woman in this photo standing next to this man, and for some reason, Sam knows this. Sam recalls with great detail this couple in this picture together, and recalls pulling this photo from the said crime scene that he was working when it had this woman in this picture. And he's over days, weeks, years, he's slowly watched this woman fade out of the picture. Not from age or time, just almost as if she was never there. And he tamps out his last cigarette butt and shuts the light off and lays back.
Freddie, given his condition as it has gotten worse over the last decade or so, I don't think he really sleeps anymore. He has become something that is both more than, but also much less than human. And I think he hears this music after talking with Opal. I think he's a little on edge because I think this is the most he's ever really divulged to anyone about his situation. So when he hears the music, I think part of him is like, I'm just gonna go take a look, just to move, just to get out of this room and do something. And as he starts to move towards the door, I think he opens that locket around his neck, this silver locket, and we see this like charcoal sketch of this woman that's probably in her like mid-20s, early 30s. So, a younger sort of sketching of his wife. She looks so frail and small, but there is this like burning zest and zeal for life in her eyes. And he kind of swallows and just kind of quietly mutters to himself, I've thought of quitting, baby, but I don't think my heart's going to buy it. And he kind of snaps the locket closed, and then he steps out into the hallway, kind of looking in the direction of the music. And I think he'll actually start to move in that direction. Maybe he starts to see Patterson like opening the door and stepping in, like at the very butt end of that, as he starts to move down the hallway.
I would imagine at the very least you can see Patterson with his hand on the handle
holster on his back.
Yeah, on a holster at the small of his back, as it looks like he's opening the door into a room. Anyone else? No? Okay. Patterson, you open the door and you're already opening the door slowly, not exactly sure what you're going to find on the other side. And as the room kind of reveals itself to you, there's a lot of like struggle to process that starts to like come over you. As Freddie like comes up behind you, the two of you look inside. This door does not open into a motel room. This door looks like it opens into like a small wooden church, like you would see somewhere in the South, single room kind of church, maybe like a back room. And there is dust and smoke and debris kind of scattered all over the place. It looks like something blew a massive hole in the side of this church. And you see, just at the far side, crouching down by one of the pews, kind of covered in ash and debris, is a young man who is wearing the clothes of a priest. He has glasses, beard. It takes you a moment, but you realize you are looking at a younger Robert Hampton. He looks a little afraid, but then you see something kind of come over him, and he looks up at the two of you as you step into this bombed out church. You can smell the smoke. You can hear shouting coming from outside. You can see what looks like maybe torchlight, like move by one of the windows outside. past the open hole, he looks up at the two of you and he says, "They stole my faith from me. Took it right out of my hands. But not again. Not again." He stands up and he goes to the back room. And as he's leaving, he says, "I'm getting the deacon." And as he comes back, you can see he's carrying a shotgun that he racks. And he steps out of the church. And you watch as he starts to obliterate an entire gathered group of Klansmen. Do you help him?
I imagine that as soon as Patterson enters this room, church, delusion, and the door closes behind him and he's fully in this church, everything becomes purely visual. There is no sound except the high-pitched ringing of a concussed mind. And the only thing that rings clear is Robert's voice when he speaks that they're not going to take his faith from him again. Even as he opens fire on the Klansmen, the gunfire sounds muffled as if under feet of water, like so far off. And without hesitation, Patterson draws and steps out and opens fire alongside it.
Question, Jeremy. So the door that that Patterson and Freddie stepped through to get to this place, is it closed or is it still open? Can we like see Nowhere, the motel, back behind us still, or is that cut off from us at this point?
Yeah, there's like a side door that looks like it was a door in this church already, and it just looks like,
it
for the
leads
time
into the
being,
motel.
at least, that it leads into the hallway of the motel.
I think there is this part of Freddie that is like, this is not his fight, and he's more concerned about the situation that he's in, about whatever is going on in this motel. But then I think when he sees Patterson, just opening fire, I think it's almost like a switch. Some people when they become angry, it's something that overtakes them. But I think based on our lovely emotions dice here, I think with Freddie, it's something that is controlled. It's like flipping a light switch. He looks at these horrible, monstrous people outside that Robert and Patterson are dealing with. And I think almost kind of in his mind, he hears the ringing of a bell to signal the beginning of a boxing match. And he doesn't even have his gloves on him at this point, but he just pulls up his hands, puts up his dukes, and he just charges in and just starts laying these people out like an animal. There is this horrible rage, but also this joy of the act of delivering violence to people that so clearly deserve it. Instead of doing this for money or something that is more base and less lofty and noble in this instance.
There is a carnival of violence that unfolds. These hooded and heartless cowards did not expect this level of resistance. And between Robert and Patterson laying down gunfire and Freddie going toe-to-toe with more than a few of them, it doesn't take long before you mow through these fascist bastards. And as they are laying in broken heaps, bloodied, dead, you finally catch Robert again. This time, the Robert you remember, the older version of the man, as he comes to you and he drops the shotgun, this instrument that he referred to as the deacon, on the ground. And the look of sadness from his face seems alleviated. He comes up to you, Patterson, and Freddie. And he says, "Thank you. Thank you. I think this was something I could have done on my own if I had to, but having good folks to help me get through it is, well, I can't say thank you enough."
Good to have friends.
I think
Patterson.
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Good. No, please.
Patterson is not hearing any of this coming through as the ringing has overtaken everything. And where each clansman had fallen, Patterson's face is twisted in horror as the bodies on the ground are now American GIs and German soldiers ripped apart.
Robert goes to you, Patterson, and he puts a hand on your shoulder kind of gingerly. "Son?" "Patterson, you hear me?"
My head just slowly turns to look at him. My eyes are watered and shaking, like the irises themselves are shaking almost in circular vibrations.
Hey, listen. When you look in his direction, Patterson, you see the young man. Priest's collar. The gray is not present in his beard and his hair yet. I know that you carry a heavy burden on your shoulders. And it's difficult at times to be able to put that burden down. It follows you like a ghost, clinging onto your soul, and when you least expect it, it tries to rob you of something of yourself every chance it gets. Just know that you're stronger than it. Everything that you need to be able to beat that is already in here. And he reaches up and he touches you on the chest. And for what you can't do on your own, well, like I said, good people, faith, they can help you. But you can't be afraid to ask.
The horror turns to an ashen, like anger, like a fire that has ashed out in the morning. The last embers of it glowing beneath the white and I will turn to walk back into the church. And I'd stop. You don't understand. There's nothing left in here. And I will walk.
Shakes his head, saddened, but almost as if he understands. And he walks back to where Freddy is. And he says, I felt the same way for a long time. These men, what happened, what they did, it meant that I could not find my faith any longer. I hung up my collar. I stopped preaching. I stopped believing for a while, a long while. But seems like maybe now that I'm running out of time, maybe I shouldn't have set my faith aside so easily. Maybe I shouldn't have let them take it from me.
You just got to keep fighting. I know it's hard. I know it looks at the bodies. I know there are some wicked bastards out there, but you just have to keep fighting. Because the moment you stop, you might as well be dead. So I'm glad that even though I don't know you from the next pastor or the next preacher that I run into, I'm glad that you were able to rediscover your faith, and looks in the direction that Patterson walked off in. I don't know what that man has been through, but the fact that he's still upright and walking and talking to me, that shows he's not quite ready to give up the fight either. So
Well,
I assume, we'll do what we can. But can you come back? Are you coming back?
kind of looks towards the door. No, I'm not. I found what I needed to find here in Nowhere. It's time for me to move on. But you, fighting Freddy Bogart, he kind of shakes his head in disbelief. You keep an eye on him. You make sure that whenever their song plays, there's people there to help them. You make sure that whenever your song plays, you got people that are going to come help you too.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Father. We'll kind of like incline his head respectfully to this priest and then hold out a hand to shake.
He shakes it. And then he bends down and he picks up the deacon, puts it on his shoulder. He moves over to a pew where he picks up a Bible in his other hand. Kind of looks around at the destroyed church. And kind of turns back over his shoulder and he says, mind getting the door on your way out?
No problem, Padre. And Freddy will give him another nod, and then he will, again, for such a large man, he will very gently, as he kind of ducks through the door, he will very gently just kind of close the door so that it clicks shut behind him.
As you close the door, Freddy, you find yourself back in the darkened hallway of the Nowhere Motel Resort and Casino. That is where we're going to end our first session.
Jesus, Jeremy.
Ouch.
My God. In the best possible way, but still, Jesus, Jeremy.
Oh, that was so good. Holy shit.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That was initially supposed to be a little bit more of a combat, so we avoided rolling dice,
Excellent, all according to plan.
which is par for the course. But no, I had a blast. That was a really good. I was very uncertain how this was going to go. Like I said, I felt ill prepared going into this. So I'm really, really happy that all of you kind of picked the ball up and ran with it. So thank you. I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give any kind of parting words that they would like to, so that we can go ahead and call it a night, because I know it's already late for everybody. So thank you for sticking with it. We're going to start in reverse order with bottom Jason.
You know what? I will proudly wear that mantle because holy crap, Jeremy, what an insane first session. I honestly, it's hard to put into words just from the beginning to the end. What a crazy experience. Thank you so much for having me and having all of these wonderful players and being such an amazing storyteller. System be damned. It was just, oh my gosh, what a crazy experience. I'm going to stop gushing before I go on forever because it is late. But anyway, I've been Jason Sorio playing Freddie Bogart, the scarecrow boxer man. What a. Anyway, I'm going to shut up. Go ahead, Nate.
I didn't really know what to expect coming into this first session, playing in a new setting for me and a new system for me, and as usual, that quickly went out the window. That worry and concern quickly went out the window, and immediately felt like I was in this motel and hanging out with these people, talking to them or watching them talk. And like it doesn't feel like we played as long as we have, but it also feels like we've played longer, because I feel like so much happened in this first session, and I think it's fantastic. I love it. I love that nobody was hesitant to start peppering in backstory immediately, so that we start to know these characters and get to fill these characters out. And I don't know how, if it's even possible to do it in a trilogy. I think we got a full series going here, because we got a lot of deep characters and we got a lot of facets to explore. So I'm just saying, this could be a while. So strap in. I Thank you guys for having me. I'm so glad to be back on a Jeremy game. I'm Nathan, Dimension 119, and I was playing the Moist Fella.
Indeed you were. Speaking of Moist Fella, next up is Baron.
Well, I hated that. Moist fella. I'm Baron. I mean, it's always really cool to see something that I thought of and then what someone else can do to it. And I mean, if anybody can do something to it successfully, it's going to be Jeremy. So I'm excited to see where the game goes. 100 years. Nowhere.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm very, very, very happy that you agreed for me to be able to take your baby for a spin. So thank you for being such a good sport about it. Hopefully I don't ding it up too much before I turn it back into the garage. But yeah. All right. Next up is Sarah.
This was fantastic. I cannot wait for the next, 100 sessions that we're gonna have of this. This is holy shit. Just all of the drops from literally everybody, including you, Jeremy. Like, seriously, you're one of the few people that I know that can say, hey, do you want to try this system out with me? Sure, why not? And then somehow it's like you've been GMing this fucking system for 20 years. And here's me like, oh, this is so amazing. Because it fucking is. You are fucking fantastic. The people here in this group are fantastic. The only one I've never played with is Top Jason. And it's just been absolutely phenomenal. I cannot wait to see what happens next. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Y'all were whooping ass from the starting gate, and it was amazing to watch. Absolutely incredible. Speaking of absolutely incredible, next up is Top Jason.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jeremy, I'm convinced, man. You don't need systems. You don't need anything. You can just get a group of people together, tell them to create a couple of character concepts, and you paint with words that puts me in a place where I am able to like watch this like a movie in my mind. And it's something that I have always admired about you. And it's just, you knocked it out of the park again tonight. I don't even feel like we played Cortex. I mean, no offense. That's a high compliment for me. I don't feel like we were playing a game. We were just, it was a really nice set of characters collaboratively storytelling, and it was just amazing. And I love it, man. I can't wait to see where this goes. I appreciate you. I appreciate every awesome role player we have here. All of you are just giants. And I'm glad to be a part of it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, brother, absolutely happy to have you. Like I said, I love having you at the table, Jason. And I knew that like the old gods of Appalachia were a big thing for you, like a big fandom for you. And because it shares a lot of kind of vibe with Elsewhere, whenever you posted being interested in this game, I was like, Jason's got to be one of them. Got to be, absolutely. So appreciate you bringing it, man, as always. All right, speaking of always bringing it, last but certainly not least, Karen.
Gosh. No, it was this was so much fun. It was, I am so interested in everybody's character. I want to know all their secrets and I want to hear them. And also those freaky NPCs, because they kind of creep me out a little bit. The only one that didn't is now not there anymore. So great. This was amazing. So I cannot wait to keep playing. You should tell us when we're all going to come back and be here.
I should do that, shouldn't I? How about next week? Does that work for everybody?
I like it.
Great. Session 2 will be next Friday. What is
the
that?
day
The
off
14th?
that day.
No, the 13th. It's only the 14th, or it's only the 7th now because it's after midnight.
Wait, the next game is Friday the 13th.
Yes, the next
is
game is Friday the 13th.
Friday the
That's so
13th.
fucking excited.
Coincidence.
The day
Nothing could
before
go wrong.
Valentine's Day. Yeah. No, I'm sure it'll be sunshine and rainbows and kittens.
Lollipops.
Fun fact, I was born on Friday the 13th.
Is that why
That
your name's Jason?
explains so much.
No joke. Well, it was a joke to my father because he was a youngster. That man named me Jason because I was born on that.
Did he really? I was joking about that. I asked if
That's
that was
so funny.
Oh, wow. Incredible. Thank all of you very, very much. One of the big reasons why I felt like I could go into this session less prepared than I usually am is because I knew I had a table full of people that were going to absolutely just go bananas. That each one of you was going to have a solid idea of who you were playing, and we're going to have absolutely no problem sharing them with us. And I'm so glad that I wasn't wrong. It was incredible. So thank all of you for being that caliber of player. It makes running a system that I'm not as familiar with a lot more comfortable. So I appreciate that immensely.
I was just going to say, honestly, the system is just an excuse so that we can play.
Exactly.
That's fair. That's very fair. But I do like game mechanics. I genuinely do, even if it seems like I try to avoid them like the plague sometimes. it's really y'all's fault, honestly. No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't change it for the world. I love how deep that all of you go into the role-playing aspects of your character and the scenes that you create and the situations you put your characters in. It's nothing short of admirable as a game master. So again, thank you. Again, thank you, Baron, for letting me run your system, or your setting rather. I love this setting. I think it's so ripe for some really interesting stories. Alternate history is kind of a niche genre that I enjoy very much. So getting to play with American history a little bit and blend it with this alternate reality, this parallel universe is is definitely my jam. So thank you. For everybody who watched, whether you watched live along with us tonight or whether you are watching at some point in the future, I hope you're doing it in installments. But if not, then awesome. Thank you very much for watching this. I appreciate it, genuinely. I love that there are people that come here and find something of value to watch. So I appreciate that. If you did enjoy what you saw, then do all the stuff that you like, or do all the stuff that you like. Sure, that too. But also all the stuff that the algorithm likes. Hit the like button, subscribe, comment, share the link around with your friends, play Cortex Prime, watch other stuff on the channel, you know, do the things. Yeah. What else? Remember that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind, and holy fuck, do we need a lot of kindness right now. So a lot of people seem to have forgotten that that's a really, really, really crucial part of living in a civilized society. So go out and be nice, because it costs you absolutely nothing to be nice to someone. And it could make a huge difference in their life. So easy commerce. Easy. Unless they're Nazis. And then, you know, don't be nice to them. Kick them square in the face and the nuts at the same time. Get a friend. It's easier that way. Yeah. Be nice. Fuck ice. That's my new phrase. All right, we're gonna get out of here. What a start to the weekend. This has been incredible. I cannot wait to bring the rest of this story to the players, to the audience. So thank you for coming along this wacky, wild journey that is the Erasmus Expeditions. And until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.